Chapter 1054. Breakthrough in Cultivation. At this moment, Lin Ling was in a wonderful state of enlightenment. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen the moment when the world was first opened. The world was gray, and that feeling was indescribable. It made him almost touch his own obsession, but in the end, he was still a little short. After 10 days, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. All of his aura was withdrawn into his body. He's awake. The 4 patriarchs had been guarding him for 10 days. When they saw that Lin Ling had woken up, they smiled. The Lin Ling gave them a feeling that he was more reserved and profound. The arrogant aura from before had disappeared without a trace. Clearly, this breakthrough had transformed Lin Ling once again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled. He also felt incomparably clear and relaxed. It was as if his whole body was floating in the sky. He knew that this breakthrough was different from before. It was more natural, so his aura was also relaxed, as if he could sink into the world at any time. Let's test your strength. Bang! Rainmaster Mo Ping took a step forward and threw a punch at Lin Ling. He used 60% of his strength in this punch. Swish! Rain mysteriously appeared like a storm. Grandfather, this punch has hit 1,000,000 times. The fist turned into rain, forming a world of rain. It can easily control the lives of others. Bang! Lin Ling stood there calmly, as if he was a newbie who didn't know martial arts. He waved his left hand, and the profound of fire appeared in his palm. He slapped out. This palm seemed calm, but it was like a meteor shower falling from the sky. Puff! Puff! The air exploded as fire and rain collided, causing explosions to ring out in the air. It seemed like a calm confrontation, but in reality millions of moves had been exchanged. This was a spar between experts. Any other Saint Spirit Realm expert would have been instantly defeated. Your vision is amazing. Try mine. Bang! Fengbo chuckled and pointed a finger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Endless astral winds appeared. The profound of wind turned into a world of wind and swept towards Lin Ling. Sword of life and death. One sword cleaves the sky. Bang! Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. His right hand quickly unsheathed his sword, and the profound of life and death appeared. The sword stabbed out, right at the eye of the wind, blossoming with dazzling light. Haha, to be able to block 60% of my power, as expected of Lin Ling. Fengbo smiled happily. Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit Realm, but his battle prowess was already comparable to the peak of the Holy Spirit Realm. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling had the powerful Tai True body. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and he also had 2 profound meanings. How could an ordinary person be his opponent? I really don't know how you cultivate. Let me try to. Yi Ming's heart trembled. He took a step forward, and the endless darkness descended. It was even more ancient and mysterious than the second dream. This was the night world. Again. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He was facing the 3 strongest elders of the Rainforest Holy Land. I was a bit impulsive. Hearing Lin Ling's voice, Yi Ming quickly retracted his attack and smiled awkwardly. Lin Ling had fought against Yushur and Fengbo, but he had not fallen behind. Now that he had joined the fray, it would be like bullying someone with numbers. On top of that, they were all Transcendent Realm old ghosts, bullying a junior at such an age. If word of this were to spread, they would become a laughingstock. Haha. Then, the 4 patriarchs looked at each other and laughed. Lin Ling. I'm sure that you're invincible under the Transcendent Realm. Rainmaster Mo Ping looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. The more he looked, the more he liked him. You can't be considered a genius, you can only be considered a monster. Bird God also praised. The most terrifying thing about Lin Ling was that he had 2 profound martial essences and a powerful physical body. Secondly, he had the 5th level fire profound. After all, even they were only at the 6th level. Haha. Lin Ling chuckled. He didn't look proud because he knew that his strength was ranked at the top in the Rainforest Holy Land. However, there was always a sky above a sky, and the masters from the outside world were stronger. Therefore, he had to work harder. The 5 of them chatted for a long time. Lin Ling also said goodbye and left. It took him 10 days to break through, so the Fire Ancient clan and the others all went back. Night descended. After leaving the Rain clan, Lin Ling walked on the main street by himself. In the sky, the night was as thick as ink, dotted with twinkling stars, causing people to involuntarily become deeply intoxicated. This was an incomparably peaceful night. The night here is the same as the night in my world. Letting the night wind blow his long hair, Lin Ling walked on the street like an ordinary person. At this moment his heart was even clearer. The key to breaking through to the transcendent realm seemed to be clearer. His heart was being washed by the tranquility of the night. Unknowingly, it has been 5 years since I came to this world. Sometimes I even think that I am a person of this world. Taking out a jug of wine, Lin Ling took a big gulp. The hot wine made his body feel even more comfortable. Little brother, do you want to come to the restaurant and have a jug? This is a sky night bead, the favorite jewelry of all the women in the world. Young lord, I see that you are so proud. If you want to win the heart of your sweetheart, why don't you give her a sky night bead? Along the way, the lanterns were lit and the stalls on both sides of the street were enthusiastically welcoming customers. The degree of liveliness made it seem like the main city was a city that never slept. The entire rainforest Holy Land seemed to have recovered its former liveliness. Everyone showed their strong attitude and didn't feel depressed because of the heavenly meteor era. No need for wine, I have some. Sky night beads, not bad. Give me 10. Lin Ling didn't refuse like an otherworldly expert. Instead, he laughed like an ordinary person as he strolled around, and this attitude made him seem closer to the heavens and earth. He wasn't a king right now, he was an ordinary person. Haha, the young lord is indeed straightforward. I hope the young lord can win the heart of the beauty soon. The stall owners laughed and said, treating Lin Ling as an ordinary person. They didn't know that this handsome young man was the current 5th king of the Rainforest Holy Land. Not far away, several ancient Dao martial palace geniuses were chatting and laughing. However, when they passed by Lin Ling, they didn't notice Lin Ling. This was a subconscious action because Lin Ling's aura had become very ordinary. It was as if he was a member of the common people. It wasn't until they were far away that one of them frowned and said, "That person is so familiar." The others also reacted. Their pupils constricted as they tried to recall. Only then did they remember that Lin Ling had walked past them. These people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land knew of Lin Ling's name. During the semi-finals of the strongest, they had also seen Lin Ling's appearance. However, what was surprising was that they hadn't noticed Lin Ling when he walked past them. They could only recall it later. This mysterious and unfathomable strength was shocking. Rain River. At this moment, Lin Ling allowed his heart to lead the way. He casually walked forward and a beautiful river appeared in front of him. The river water was clear, and under the starlight, the pebbles at the bottom of the river glowed with a resplendent light. It was as if there were countless gems at the bottom of the river. The river wind blew, and several giant steel ships drifted along the river. Around the river people surged. Clearly this was a lively place. Chapter 1055. Goodbye to the second dream, dear customer. Do you want it? Tao Hong is on duty today. Stepping on the soft river sand, Lin Ling saw a few young ladies waving at him from a boat decorated with lanterns not far away. Looks like it's a brothel. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and continued drinking his wine. Although there were many experts in the rainforest sacred ground, they also had desires. Especially those independent cultivators who walked on the edge of a knife, they valued relaxation more. Hence there were brothel places. Sir, this is the Rain Sea Millennium Crab. If you miss it, you won't have it again. As they continued onwards, they arrived at the trading grounds of some loose cultivators. Compared to the main city's market square, the trades here were much more varied and complex. Moreover, they were all done quickly, which meant that the stall owners didn't have much time to wait for customers. Snow Spiritual Pearl, how much is it? At this moment a crisp voice came from the front. In front of an old man who looked like a fisherman, a young lady in a black dress asked. The young lady looked elegant and her dress was like the night sky, giving off a mysterious vibe. This Snow Spiritual Pearl is the biggest pearl I have seen in my many years of fishing. It can cure hundreds of poisons and protect one's mind. In order to dig this pearl, I almost lost my life. Hence, 1 million middle spiritual crystals is a must. The old man who looked like a fisherman smiled. Sure. The young lady in the black dress nodded. It wasn't expensive. In fact, she was a little happy. After all, this snow spiritual pearl was hard to come by. Pearls that were more than 100 years old were even rarer. Wait, this pearl, I want it. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. A few figures walked over from afar. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was fat and looked like a ball. Behind him there were many young people. They looked at the young lady in the black dress in surprise and then smiled. Ning Wubwa. The young lady in the black dress frowned as she stared at the person who came. She seemed to know him. Haha, the second dream, I trust you've been well since we last met. It's a pity that the blessed girl of the past has fallen to a state where no one knows her. How sad and pitiful. The fat middle-aged man stopped and spoke indifferently. Humph, no matter how pitiful I am, it's not up to you to pity me. Ning Wubwa, a student of the Shaotian Academy. You've used the name of a student to taint female disciples many times. I'm very curious why a scum like you is still alive in this world. Why didn't our powerful enemies kill you first when they came? The girl in the black dress was the second dream. She laughed coldly. These words had obviously touched upon Ning Wubwa's sore spot. He was a student of Howling Sky Academy, and also the son of the martial housemaster. In the past, he had a grudge with the second dream, and had almost had his most important place destroyed by the second dream. But at that time, because the second dream was the disciple of the 7 profound martial housemaster, he had been helpless against the second dream. The second dream, do you want to buy snow spirit pearls? Could it be that he was poisoned? Haha, sorry, this young master will buy it first. Ning Wubwa's eyes turned and fell on the snow spirit pearls. With a wave of his hand, a huge suction force appeared and sucked the snow spirit pearls over, causing the old fisherman's face to change. But soon, a disciple behind Ning Wubwa handed over the spirit crystals. Ning Wubwa, don't go too far. I saw the snow spirit pearls first. The second dream frowned. The other party was obviously looking for trouble today. If a transaction item doesn't have an owner, then who can determine who it belongs to? Ning Wubwa's fat cheeks moved slightly as he smiled faintly. Haha, the second dream, it's not impossible for you to have the snow spirit pearls. Accompany student Ning for a night and the snow spirit pearls will be yours. That's right. You were once a proud daughter of heaven, but now you've become a prostitute. After student Ning has his fun, we also want to have some fun. You are no longer a proud daughter of heaven. Don't pretend to be virtuous in front of us. Behind Ning Wubwa, the disciples sneered. They did not fear the second dream at all. Ning Wubwa was the son of the martial housemaster, and his cultivation was at the late Saint Spirit realm. The second dream used to have the support of the 7 profound martial housemaster, but was later driven out of the 7 profound martial house by Lin Ling naturally. They did not fear the second dream. The second dream was also a disgrace to the desolate race. Thus, even if they bullied the second dream today, no one would stand up for the second dream. You all want to die. Die. The second dream's face turned cold, and her aura was extremely cold. She was not a weak girl. Haha, even now you're still pretending to be virtuous. Wake up. The moment Lin Ling defeated you, your life was over. The 7 profound martial housemaster no longer values you. Of course, I can still protect you just like how you gave your body to the martial housemaster. As long as you give your body to me, I, Ning Wubwa, will make sure that no one dares to bully you in the rainforest holy land. Ning Wubwa said with a lewd smile. The second dream, how pitiful. However, she sold her body in the past in exchange for the favor of the 7 profound martial house master. That's a bit cheap. If that's the case, I wonder how much money I can take out to obtain her body. The surrounding people had all heard of the second dream. At this moment they all faintly smiled. Regardless of whether the second dream had given her body to martial housemaster Tianlin, it was undeniable that the second dream no longer had the majesty of the past. These voices caused the second dream's delicate body to tremble. In the past, she was an existence that was adored by all. However, after her reputation was ruined, all that adoration had disappeared. All that was given to her was ridicule and disdain, and even trampling on her character. Everyone had abandoned her, except for those who still valued her, but they were using her. Were all people so ugly? I did not sell my body. The second dream lowered her head, her beautiful eyes cold as she muttered to herself. Pretending to be noble and virtuous? You might as well directly state a price. Besides the snow spirit pearl, what else do you want? As long as you can name it, I will give it to you. My request is not high, just accompany me for a night. Ning Wubwa did not believe her, nor did he place the second dream in his eyes. Haha. Many people laughed in schadenfreude. I know you are angry, and you also want to steal the snow spirit pearl. But don't forget your strength. You are only at the early Saint Spirit realm, but I am a scholar, and I am already at the late Saint Spirit realm. So you cannot do anything to me. Rather than resenting me, why not resent Lin Ling? If it wasn't for Lin Ling crippling you, you would have already reached the middle Saint Spirit realm. Ning Wubwa said again. This time, his attitude was not as unyielding. He had coveted the second dream's body for a long time, so he used both hard and soft tactics. The second dream, this is your only choice. You should have been poisoned, but the antidote requires the snow spirit pearl. A disciple guessed, and the second dream's beautiful eyes narrowed. Indeed, she wanted the snow spirit pearl to try and get rid of the poison in her body, so that she would not be used by others. That's right. If you want to make a comeback, this is your only chance. Ning Wubwa said again. He saw that the second dream seemed to be moved. That might not be the only chance. Chapter 1056. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Attack. Huh. The crowd was stunned. This young man was so bold. After all, they had heard that the fat middle-aged man was the son of the Xiaotian Academy's master. He was a domineering existence in the rainforest. Yet, this young man dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth. Wasn't he courting death? Over at Ning Wubwa's side, everyone's pupils constricted. They were incomparably surprised. That guy wanted to be the hero to save the beauty. But didn't he know where he was? Only the second dream stared at the newcomer. Perhaps the others couldn't recognize Lin Ling, but how could she not? That young man was the one who changed her life. You only have one choice. Kneel down and kowtow. Hand over the snow spirit pearl with both hands. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Kill. Ning Wubwa's eyes turned cold. He didn't recognize Lin Ling. Of course, with his playboy character, he wouldn't care about the rainforest's sacred ground. Hence, he only knew of Lin Ling's name but had never seen him in person. Of course, even if he had seen him before, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, Lin Ling was like the son of the masses. They didn't even recognize him when he brushed past the people from the martial arts hall, let alone Ning Wubwa. Haha. Xiaotian Academy is considered a sacred martial arts hall. When did such a scum appear in it? Kill. Lin Ling didn't care if Ning Wubwa recognized him. He drank his wine and smiled faintly. Seems like you've chosen to die. Kill. Ning Wubwa's eyes turned even colder. Many people frowned. Although Ning Wubwa's character wasn't good, his strength was extraordinary. Brat, no matter what your background is, you've offended Ning Wubwa. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten that you're snatching Ning Wubwa's item. Hence, no matter who's behind you, you can't justify your actions. A disciple shouted. They weren't as domineering as Ning Wubwa. Hence, their words were more reasonable. Oh, after your reminder, I did remember that I'm the one who snatched your item. I'm sorry. As for being reasonable, I've never been reasonable. Kill. Lin Ling drank another mouthful of wine and waved the snow spirit pearl in his hand. It was as though he was telling the crowd that he was the one who snatched it. This guy. The crowd was astonished. Previously, Ning Wubwa was already tyrannical enough. But who knew that this youth was even more tyrannical? Not only did he snatch other people's things, he didn't even have the patience to reason with him. This guy really wanted to enrage Ning Wubwa. Over at Ning Wubwa's side, everyone's pupils constricted. One of the disciples frowned and said, You are very arrogant. But let me remind you again. Apprentice Ning's father is Ning Wuxiao. Ning Wuxiao? Dog? Or a cat? Sorry, I really don't know him. Lin Ling shrugged. To be honest, he really didn't know him. Enough. Ning Wubwa had been silent all this while. But at this moment he finally let out a furious roar. Previously, He had asked his disciple to announce his identity and strength, because he wanted to see the look of regret on that young man's face. However, in the end, not only was that young man not afraid, he even mocked his father as a cat and a dog. You have no way out. Those disciples knew that Ning Xuesher's patience had run out, so they took a step forward and pounced on Lin Ling. Is this young man stupid? The crowd looked at the scene where the two sides were about to clash. Then they shook their heads helplessly. They couldn't understand why that young man was so arrogant and even more domineering than Ning Wubua. However, in their eyes, that young man was still drinking his wine calmly. He even lifted his head to look at the sky, as though he was admiring the night sky. That calm look of his made the crowd gasp once again. Bang, bang, bang. However, in the next moment, under the gaze of countless people, that young man waved his left hand lightly. A terrifying gale swept out, and dozens of figures flew backward like kites, smashing into the distant Rain River. The weather today isn't bad, but meeting a scumbag has affected my appetite. A soft voice drifted out from the river bank, causing the place to fall silent. Bastard! Ning Wubua gathered his strength. The other party was even more domineering than him. He snatched his things, mocked his father, and finally dared to touch his people. Level 1 profound, 3 crocodile sea roaring palm. The earth shook, and the river water roared. Ning Wubua's palm slammed towards Lin Ling fiercely. That palm contained the profound world and was extremely powerful. Bang, bang, bang. By the river bank, everyone's legs trembled, and they fell to the ground one after another. This was too powerful. It actually affected them. Was this the strength of a late-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert? However, at the same time as they were shocked, they stared at that young man, wanting to know if that young man still had the qualifications to be arrogant. If there was an accident, then it would be the second dream. She wasn't worried about Lin Ling at all. Instead, she was still surprised that Lin Ling would help her. I'm reasonable, but I've never been reasonable to unreasonable people. Under countless gazes, the young man drank his wine and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Not only did he not avoid the attack, but he also faced it head-on. A wisp of flame quietly spread out from his palm. Bang! No one saw what happened. They only saw Ning Wubua's fat body flying backward like a kite. He spat out blood in midair, and heavily smashed into the distant Rain River, causing a huge splash. Scumbag, it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect the mood of enjoying the night scenery. Before the crowd could react, the young man had already turned and left. He only left behind a sentence that was light but shocking. Here! A ray of light shot over at the same time. Then the snow spiritual pearl appeared in the second dream's hand. She stood on the spot as if she had lost her soul. Her calm heart was like a stone that was thrown into it, causing endless ripples. She had lost her reputation. Everyone only treated her with ridicule and disdain. They even trampled on her. She thought that everyone in the world was like that. However, the man who pushed her into the abyss gave her a hand at the most crucial moment. All of this was like sending charcoal in the snow to her when she was already at the end of her rope. Why? The second dream muttered to herself as she looked at the slender figure leaving. Previously, she had the intention to attack that handsome young man again for her sake. However, she wavered at this moment. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to. Are you helping me because you sympathize with me and pity me? The second dream took a big step forward and chased after the slowly moving figure. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say much. You are mocking me. So, you are helping me in front of me to prove that you are more powerful than me. The second dream continued to chase after Lin Ling, and asked the answer that she wanted to know the most. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. Why are you helping me? Don't you know that he is the son of the master of Shaotian Academy? You don't have to offend him just to help me. The second dream gritted her teeth. She had dreamt of that young man many times, the young man who destroyed everything she had. However, for some reason she didn't hate him. Because of your martial arts heart. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked at the second dream with a serious expression. Because of your stubbornness in the previous formation, I changed my view of you. So, I am helping you today not out of sympathy, but because I don't want you to fall. After finishing his words, Lin Ling continued to walk forward, leaving the second dream standing on the spot. Was this the reason? Oh. Chapter 1057. A storm is brewing. Her heart was filled with gratitude. Memories of the past flashed through her mind. She had been proud, she had been at her lowest, she had laughed, and she had also cried. She had once obtained everything that all women wanted, but she had also obtained everything that all women in the world feared the most. A dream. Life is but a dream. It was that young man who had pushed her down from the divine altar, but it was also that young man who had allowed her to recognize herself. Lin Ling, thank you. A smile appeared on the second dream's delicate face. Her mood suddenly became very good. She hummed a song and walked away gracefully, disappearing into the night. She liked the quiet night very much. Perhaps that was where she belonged. You once said that I was heartless, unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial. But when I was young, in order to live a happy life, my mother sold me to a brothel. I was born to be used by my family. How can I be filial? You said I was disloyal, but my master only used me as a chess piece. Even now he's using me to harm you. How can I be loyal? Heartless and unrighteous, no matter what the world says about me, I am the second dream. It was as if in the second dream, she had found someone who would support her and believe in her no matter what she had become. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword at the end of the world. Who is parting today and past, lingering for several years, the flowering period is gradually far away, breaking the fleeting years. The second dream sang softly. She was no longer as mysterious as the night. Instead, she was like a very ordinary girl. Perhaps, she had let go of the shackles in her heart and was herself again. It's raining. At this moment, Lin Ling had yet to return to the valley. Instead, he was standing by the window of a magnificent restaurant, quietly looking into the distance. Over there, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Hazy rain poured down from the sky, as if a storm was brewing in the tranquil rainforest. The second dream is actually a very pitiful girl. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said indifferently. Everyone thought that the second dream was very ambitious, and would do anything to achieve her goals. However, Lin Ling suddenly had a feeling that the second dream wanted to become stronger because she wanted to protect herself. Perhaps the second dream had an unbearable childhood that taught her that if she wanted something, she had to rely on herself. Everyone has a colorful life. The second dream also has its own life. No one else can participate in it. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He also had his own life. There were smiles and tears, life and death, blood and sweat. Only this life was not in vain. What is the obsession in my heart? Lin Ling had been looking for the key to breaking through to the transcendent realm. Is it the sacred land of the rainforest, the family and friends, the peak of the world? Lin Ling thought back to the heavenly meteor era. Under the merciless rolling wheel of heaven and earth, he wanted to survive and protect his loved ones. If he could save the people of the rainforest holy land, he would not hesitate to do so. Worry about the world first, enjoy the world later. Suddenly, Lin Ling had an epiphany. It was as if he could hear the voices of all living beings. It was like a second dream. They all wanted to have their own lives, but the heavens and earth were heartless and controlled everything. Chi-chi. At the same time, Lin Ling's body shone with a golden light, and the overwhelming righteous chi became even stronger. For the first time, he felt that his disciple Yi Zhao's father had this kind of overwhelming righteous chi. Ka. The golden light protected Lin Ling, preventing all evil from invading. Lin Ling stood under the heavens. At that moment he was like a saint, righteous and righteous. He had never thought that because he wanted to protect his family and friends, he would also protect the sacred land of the rainforest. This would lead to his overwhelming righteous chi reaching the third level. The third level of the overwhelming righteous chi had undoubtedly greatly improved Lin Ling's defense. Coupled with his strong physical body, there were very few people in the same cultivation level who could hurt him. At the moment, except for his speed, Lin Ling's defense and attack were both extremely terrifying. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to find his obsession and heart demon, but he had accidentally gained a deeper understanding of the overwhelming righteous chi. Time to go back. With a helpless smile, Lin Ling jumped down from the restaurant. At the moment outside the restaurant it was raining. The dark clouds in the sky gave people an extremely depressing feeling. On the street there seemed to be fewer people, but at this moment, a large number of footsteps quietly sounded from afar. The people on the street who were taking shelter from the rain blinked their eyes. There were a lot of people coming, and they were all from the martial arts palace. What are they doing? Many people were secretly surprised. At this moment there were 7 people walking in the front, as if they were the leaders of the vast crowd behind them. Skylin, are you sure? One of the old men said indifferently. The passers-by looked at the luxurious old man carefully. After that, their expressions changed drastically. Some of them recognized that old man. That old man was the palace lord of Great Sun Clear Void Temple, Old Man Ming Kong. So the others were the other 6 martial house masters? Skylin. Yes, this person was the 7 profound martial houses martial house master. Many people were even more curious. The 7 martial house masters had gathered, as well as a large number of old Xian and apprentice masters. What were they going to do? If we want to live, the only way is to capture Lin Ling. The Void Star Divine Palace has already negotiated with me. As long as we capture Lin Ling, we won't have to die. Whatever we did before, it will be the same in the future. The 7 of us will become the Bodhi Saint Palace of the rainforest. A middle-aged man said with a faint smile. He was the 7 profound martial houses Skylin. That's good. The other martial house masters coldly nodded. The Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and the 6 sacred domains would undergo a reshuffle. Although they were martial house masters, they knew that they could not stop the powerhouses of the outside world. So in order to survive, they could only submit to the kings of the outside world. The 7 profound martial houses martial house master, Skylin, was responsible for contacting the kings of the outside world. He had also obtained a promise that if they captured Lin Ling, they would not have to die. They would even help them cleanse the 6 sacred domains, and they would become heroes of the 6 sacred domains. And they were the first batch of people to submit. They were the first to eat crabs, so they had to grasp this opportunity. After all, if they continued to submit, the top kings of the outside world would not give them any face. Lin Ling is in the 7 profound martial house. Although his influence is enormous, with our 7 martial hall masters joining forces, it is enough to suppress him. The martial house master of Howling Sky Academy coldly shouted. He was Ning Wuxiao. Yesterday, he had heard that Lin Ling had touched his son, and this had caused him to fly into a rage. Now he had a chance to take revenge. Father, I was careless yesterday. Today I will wash away this shame. Ning Wubo was also in the crowd. He looked at his father and said, yesterday he had lost all face. He had been thrown into the river by Lin Ling. How could he not take revenge for this? Martial Housemaster, Lin Ling has offended his superiors. He has not followed the rules of the 7 profound martial house. We are willing to be the vanguard and capture Lin Ling alive. Chapter 1058. Horse Strikers Good. Skylin faintly nodded. He waved his hand and everyone followed him. That massive aura caused the entire street to fall silent. It was only when Skylin and the other powerhouses gradually disappeared that the crowd finally reacted. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was in trouble. The 7 major martial halls have gone crazy. They are risking the hearts of the world to move against Lin Ling. They will fail. After all, Lin Ling's forces are not weak. Not only that, but he has already formed an alliance with the 4 desolate races. With the 7 martial hall masters joining forces, they are not Lin Ling's match. Then the crowd began to discuss. They stepped forward and headed towards the 7 profound martial house. In the main city, more and more people received the news. Most of them were cursing the 7 martial hall masters. After all, when the heavenly meteor era arrived, Lin Ling had led the 4 desolate races to block the enemy. He was a hero in many people's hearts. But now, in order to survive, the 7 martial hall masters wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. However, some older martial artists calmly analyzed the situation. They felt that there was a mysterious flavor to this matter. After all, Lin Ling's fame had risen and his influence was enormous. But the 7 martial hall masters still dared to capture Lin Ling. Just what were they relying on? Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, thunder roared. The rain finally began to pour down, causing many people's moods to become even more depressed. The storm had finally come. At this moment, the 7 profound martial house was still the same as before. But in the mouths of the martial arts youths, Lin Ling had become the idol of the new generation. His prestige even surpassed that of martial hall master Skylin. Lin Ling hasn't come back yet. On the cobblestone path, several figures slowly walked past. They were Qin Xiaolan, Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others. Along the way, many people greeted them politely, and even had a hint of respect in their attitudes. This was because many people knew that these people were Lin Ling's people. When the enemy was pressing on the border, they were the first to stand up and fight. Long Xiaochen nodded. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. After all, he was only around 20 years old. He also yearned for a life where people looked up to him. Now he had achieved it. Long Xiaochen, stop being so cocky. Will you die if you don't get cocky for a day? Ouyang Feiyang laughed from the side, making Long Xiaochen shrug his shoulders. At the same time, he remembered that fellow who had entered the 7 profound martial house with him. That fellow was really fierce. Not only was his name known throughout the world, but he had also made his companions famous. This rain is getting heavier and heavier. It's making me feel very uncomfortable. Qin Xiaolan walked at the front in her black armor, and her brows furrowed slightly as she looked up at the gloomy sky in the distance. Because your doomsday has arrived, the sky is no longer beautiful. At this moment, a fierce roar resounded. In the distant sky, several figures were rapidly approaching under the influence of lightning. Their postures shocked everyone. It had to be known that this was the 7 profound martial house, and no one had ever dared to directly fly in. Even the Lin Ling of the past had walked in from the front door step by step. Who are those people? Many proud children of heaven's pupils constricted, and then they saw 3 figures jump down. 2 of them were Golden Rock Zi and Tang Tianshu. There was also a middle-aged man in a long robe. No one recognized him, but from his clothes, they could tell that he was from the Howling Sky Academy. What is the meaning of this? Qin Xiaolan was a bit surprised. She knew that these 2 people were strong on the proud son of heaven list, especially Tang Tianshu. In the past, during the semi-finals of the strongest, he had fought with Lin Ling. But ever since Lin Ling's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest, these 2 people would lower their heads and take a detour whenever they saw them. But now, these 2 people did not seem to be afraid of them. Nothing. Today we came here to capture Lin Ling. And because you people were too close to Lin Ling, you will also be punished. Golden Rock Zi said softly, his hand proudly stroking the golden rock on his shoulder. You have only one choice, hand over Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu was also calm and collected, and said lightly, they are crazy. Many people's hearts surged. Who gave Tang Tianshu and the others the courage? Suddenly many people had the same thought. Could it be that person? If it was him, then Golden Rock Zi and the others could do whatever they wanted. Golden Rock Zi looked at Qin Xiaolan. You seem to be Lin Ling's woman. Then I will capture you first. Whoosh! His body turned into a streak of golden light and shot toward Qin Xiaolan. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he was like a golden rock. Looks like the Academy Lord is supporting them. Many of the prodigies had already guessed that Lin Ling was in trouble today. However, at this moment everyone heard a cold roar. Mixed divine battle. Spiritual qi surged in the sky. Long Xiaochen's body emitted a blinding light, as if he had turned into a vortex, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Then he took a mysterious step, and an afterimage appeared, clashing with Golden Rock Zi in mid-air. Child's play. Golden Rock Zi's hand was like an eagle's claw, and he still grabbed at Long Xiaochen. To him, he was not interested in who Long Xiaochen was. He was only afraid of Lin Ling. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. In midair, the 2 figures collided. However, to everyone's surprise, Golden Rock Zi's body was sent flying in the next moment. He crashed heavily onto the ground and spat out blood. As for Long Xiaochen, who was in midair, he floated down proudly. He looked indescribably mighty. You think you can catch the boss? Long Xiaochen is so strong. Many people gasped. After all, Golden Rock Z used to be a prodigy ranked 20th on the prodigy roll, and Long Xiaochen was not even on the prodigy roll. But now, Golden Rock Z was defeated by Long Xiaochen in one move. This was too surreal. It's Lin Ling. Many of the prodigies guessed the reason. Lin Ling must have nurtured Long Xiaochen. This made many of them jealous. With just one nurture, Long Xiaochen had become a top prodigy. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a cultivation speed? Bastard! Tang Tianshu shouted coldly. They were the vanguard and they had to show off their strength. However, they had been defeated the moment they attacked. How could they put down their pride? Emperor Elixir Fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! Golden flame spewed out like a dragon. Tang Tianshu's strength was not weak. He had already reached the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Let me. At this moment Qin Xiaolan stretched out her right hand, and a black bow and arrow appeared. The arrow shone with a golden light. Then her beautiful eyes focused and the arrow shot out. Righteous arrow. This was the righteous energy that Lin Ling had taught her. She was already half a step away from mastering the profound meaning of righteousness. Rumble. The arrow looked calm, but after it was shot, it was like an arrow god from the grasslands. It was invincible and could kill anything. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the rolling flames and hit Tang Tianshu's right shoulder. Tang Tianshu was sent flying and crashed onto the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he couldn't block an arrow from Lin Ling's woman. He had always thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. However, reality proved that he was weaker than Lin Ling's woman. Chapter 1059. The saber shattered and the man died. What a disgrace. In the distance, many proud sons of heaven were shocked, and then began to laugh. Tang Tianshu and Jin Pengzi were incomparably arrogant. They had recklessly tried to capture Lin Ling, but the result was that they were worse than Lin Ling's subordinates. You two are really trash. The middle-aged man who had been watching from the sidelines finally shouted. He had wanted to see Tang Tianshu and Jin Pengzi take the chief merit, but the result was that they had been humiliated like stray dogs. This had forced him to take action. First level profound, 3 crocodile sea howling palm. The middle-aged man's fat body moved, and there was an indescribable majesty about him. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes flashed. They seemed to recognize this person. This person was Scholar Ning Wubwa of Howling Sky Academy. This person was a late Saint Spirit powerhouse. You are a dignified late Saint Spirit senior, and yet you dare to attack us. Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Xiaolan frowned as she sensed Ning Wubwa's aura. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Ning Wubwa coldly smiled. Not only did he not retreat, but his palms became even faster. Qin Xiaolan and the others were obviously unable to block Ning Wubwa. This caused many people to frown. Qin Xiaolan and the others were in trouble. For you to be so arrogant in my 7 profound martial house, you are simply too arrogant. At this time a solemn voice sounded out in the air. A saber fell from the sky, as if it could split the earth. It heavily chopped down in front of Ning Wubwa, causing his complexion to change. A voice rose up in his heart. The peak Saint Spirit powerhouse was Old Xian. At the same time, a figure flew over from far away. This was an old man. His face was solemn and filled with majesty. He held a large saber in his hand that shined with a cold light. No one dared to look him in the eye. Old Saber. Qin Xiaolan and the others were overjoyed. A powerhouse had finally arrived. Their impression of Old Saber was that he was upright and plain-spoken. He did not support Lin Ling, nor did he frame Lin Ling. He was a righteous man. But today, Tang Tianshu and the others had come to the 7 profound martial house in such an arrogant manner. Old Saber naturally would come to uphold justice. Old Xian. Ning Wubwa's complexion was extremely ugly, but he did not dare to act recklessly. He was Old Xian's match. Who gave you the guts? Elder Dao was still as solemn as before. He shouted coldly, causing Ning Wubwa and the others to not dare to say a word. I gave it to him. As the earth was silent, suddenly, a cold voice with unparalleled majesty quietly floated out. At the same time the earth began to shake, and a large number of figures slowly walked over, filling the huge square of the 7 profound martial house with shadows. The 7 figures were like pillars that supported the heavens and the earth as they walked at the very front. Wherever they passed, people would feel a sense of worship. The 7 prefecture lords had arrived. The entire world suddenly became silent and oppressive. Skyforest Prefecture Lord. Many geniuses stared fixedly at the godlike man as their hearts pounded. It seemed that other than the Skywoods Manor Lord, the other Manor Lords had also arrived. What exactly were they here for? Old Dao and the other elders also frowned. 7 mansion masters gathered together. This was an extremely rare sight. Many of these 7 were peak transcendent realm masters, so what were they planning to do? Old Dao, in the 7 profound martial house. Who is the greatest? Skyforest Prefecture Lord lightly said. Old Dao pondered for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Of course it is the Prefecture Lord. That's good. Today the 7 Martial Hall have joined forces to capture Lin Ling. So you can watch from the side. Skyforest Prefecture Lord's eyes were ice cold, causing many people's breathing to become heavy. It had to be known that Lin Ling was the hero of the Rainforest Holy Land. What qualifications did Skyforest Prefecture Lord have to capture him? I, Dao Nantian, am responsible for the order of the 7 profound martial house. The Prefecture Lord's words are equal to the heavens. But I, Dao Nantian, am the law enforcement Elder Xian. To capture someone there must be a crime. I wonder what crime Lin Ling has committed. However, Elder Dao was still as upright and plain-spoken as before. This was also the first time he had gone against Tian Lin, the Supreme Headmaster. He has committed a great crime. The young master of the Void Star Divine Palace came to the Rainforest Holy Land as a guest, but Lin Ling was frivolous and overbearing and killed him. This has caused the entire Rainforest Holy Land to be in a crisis, and has implicated the common people of the world. This crime is enough. Skyforest Prefecture Lord lightly said. Many people frowned. Was this really the case? Absolutely not. According to what they knew, the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace had come in a tyrannical manner, wanting to exterminate the 4 great desolate clans and make them slaves. But Lin Ling had led the 4 great desolate clans to kill the enemy and save the common people of the Rainforest Holy Land. In that earth-shattering battle, no one from the 7 Martial Hall had come to help, but afterwards they had called Lin Ling a criminal. This was too hateful. Many people gritted their teeth, but when they saw that the person speaking was Skyforest Prefecture Lord, they immediately did not dare to speak. The only person who dared to speak was the righteous Old Dao. This crime does not exist. When the Heavenly Fall era arrived, those ruthless rulers from other places wanted to reshuffle the cards and kill everyone. So even if Lin Ling did not do anything, the Rainforest Holy Land would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Lin Ling saved the common people of the world. Are you doubting me? Skyforest Prefecture Lord's eyes turned even colder. The so-called Heavenly Fall era is actually Lin Ling. He is the star of calamity. Prefecture Lord, you are distorting right and wrong. I'm sorry, but I can't back down. I can't save the world, but I can protect Lin Ling's reputation. Old Dao took a step forward and coldly shouted. Everyone knew who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Therefore, how could Elder Dao give in? Truly worthy of Old Dao. Many people looked at the resolute old man and secretly admired him in their hearts. But Skyforest Prefecture Lord's complexion became even uglier. He waved his hand and said, It seems that you have also been poisoned by Lin Ling and cannot distinguish right from wrong. You no longer have the position of 7 profound martial houses Elder Xian. Xiao xiao xiao. Several shadows shot out. They were all Elder Xian led by Great Sun Child. They all attacked Old Dao. This is too much. The proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house frowned as they saw this scene. Lin Ling had saved the common people of the world, but now he had become a sinner. But Old Dao had protected Lin Ling, and now he was immediately attacked by Skyforest Prefecture Lord. A true man walks the world with an open mind. I believe that Lin Ling is not guilty, and I believe that Lin Ling is the benefactor of all of us. I will not back down. Old Dao's face was resolute and resolute. He took a step forward, and not only did he not retreat, but he slashed out with his saber, resisting several Elder Xian attacks. Old Dao, Qin Xiaolan and the others looked at the resolute old man, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Qin Xiaolan quickly notified the powerhouses of the mountain valley to come out. Of course, even without their notice, the powerhouses of the mountain valley had already rushed out. Among them were Elder Sword, Elder Longdan and Elder Hu Ding. They were all fuming with anger. Martial House Lord Skyforest had gone too far. However, they had come back too late. Old Dao had faced 4 Elder Xian attacks, and had not backed down. Finally, he had died at the hands of Great Sun Child. Peng. Chapter 1060. Slay 3 men with 1 sword on the ground. The old man who still stood there like a giant stood there quietly. His iron bones were shocking. In order to protect the so-called tranquility in his heart, he would rather die than submit. Elder Dao. After the Sword Elder and the others arrived, their eyes turned red. The crowd also looked at the old man who had already died, but was still standing proudly. Tears began to well up in their eyes. Old Dao had lived a magnanimous and upright life, yet he had ended up in such a state. Prefecture Lord Tianlin was so ruthless. Protecting Linling is tantamount to going against the righteousness of the world, causing countless lives to die with him. Thus, for the sake of the lives of the world, I will place righteousness above family. Elder Dao has always been unyielding, but in the end, he was deceived by Lin Ling, so he died an unjust death. At this time, Mansion Master Skyland's cold voice floated out. Many people were silent, but they were unwilling to accept this in their hearts. For the sake of the common people's lives? Who would believe that? Manor Lord Skyland had a grudge with Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling rise step by step, he wished he could eradicate Lin Ling. However, Manor Lord Skyland did not openly attack Lin Ling. Instead, he pretended to be sanctimonious and found a righteous excuse for himself. You hypocrite! The Sword Elder's face was extremely ferocious, and he couldn't help but angrily shout. For the sake of the world, so what if I bear the infamy? Palace Master Tianlin said indifferently. He was not moved at all. His gaze was cold as he looked at Sword Elder and the others. He raised his hand once again. These people, kill them. Right now, the Sword Elder's side had the 3 Elder Xian and the apprentice masters, while the experts in the valley only listened to Lin Ling. Furthermore, they would never have thought that someone would dare to make a move against Lin Ling. Hence they had yet to appear. On the Skyforest side, the 7 Skyforest Prefecture Masters were present. In addition to the apprentice masters from the other martial arts halls and Elder Xian, how could the Sword Elder and the rest stop them? Sword Elder and the others are in trouble. Many people's eyes flickered. There was only one question in their hearts. Where was Lin Ling? Kill! Along with the wave of Mansion Master Tianlin's hand, a large number of experts shot towards Sword Elder, causing many people to clench their teeth. Mansion Master Tianlin had come today to clean up Lin Ling's forces. As long as they were related to Lin Ling, they would all be killed. Kill! However, on the Sword Elder's side, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear. Their pupils were ice cold as they also took large strides forward. Elder Dao had died in front of them. Although they were not from the same faction, Elder Dao had died to protect Lin Ling. How could they retreat? Boom! Boom! The battle of the Holy Spirit Realm had begun, and the terrifying shockwaves from the battle instantly engulfed a large number of prodigies. They didn't even have a chance to make a sound before they were reduced to ashes. Manor Lord Tianlin is heartless. Many people crazily retreated, hiding in the distant skies as they witnessed the destruction of the 7 profound martial house. But as they looked at Martial House Master Tianlin, they discovered that his face was indifferent and emotionless. He was still unmoved, as if those disciples that had died were nothing more than ants, dispensable. We treat him as the manor head, as our master. Many people began to feel sorrowful. Pop! 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 At the same time, the battle between the apprentices was extremely crazy, and the battle between Elder Xian and the others was even more terrifying. It was just that Elder Sword and the others were facing Elder Xian from the 6 great martial halls. In just an instant they were at a disadvantage and their situation was extremely dangerous. Before someone saved you. Is there anyone else this time? Is it Lin Ling's woman? Ning Wubwa took a large stride forward, sneering as he looked at Qin Xiaolan. But Qin Xiaolan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The battle here had happened too quickly, and there was still no one rushing over from the valley below. Kill her. Tang Tianshu and the others also rushed over. They were powerless to face the apprentices, but joining forces with Ning Wubwa to kill Qin Xiaolan and the others wasn't difficult at all. Long Xiaoqian, Qin Xiaolan and the others are in danger. Many people saw Ning Wubwa and the others attack, and their complexions became even more dignified. But in their hearts they began to shout, Lin Ling, why hadn't he come yet? Justice is in everyone's heart. You people have lost your conscience today, and you will definitely receive retribution in the future. Qin Xiaolan's valiant figure didn't retreat. The bow in her hand was pointed forward, and there was a resolute look in her eyes. She would rather die than live in dishonor. Die! Ning Wubwa had already arrived. With a palm strike, the sound of a tsunami was deafening, and the sharp arrow shot by Qin Xiaolan was smacked away. His hand grabbed towards Qin Xiaolan, and his killing intent was intense. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast could be heard, and it caused the rain to fall from the sky. Under countless gazes, a gigantic red ape strode over from afar, and on the shoulder of that red ape, a slender figure stood there coldly. That black robe fluttered in the wind, and under that frivolous long hair, there was an extremely frightening glow in his eyes. Lin Ling is here. Many people stared at the figure that had arrived like a king, and their hearts finally trembled violently. Lin Ling was finally back. Sword severing the void. The sky was silent, as if all sound had been cut off. Everyone could only see the sword light, an extremely dazzling sword light that seemed to separate life and death. The sword came from the horizon, but what was terrifying was that it instantly appeared in the 7 profound martial house. The crowd stopped fighting and stared intently at the shocking figure that had arrived. The sword shot out, causing Jin Pengzi's pupils to widen. He discovered that this sword was aimed at him, and he wanted to move, but he found that he couldn't. Under that sword he saw endless vitality floating in the void. Illusions of flowers, plants, and animals appeared. But in the next moment, a billowing murderous aura surged forth. The flowers withered, the plants disappeared, and the animals turned into bones. No! Jin Pengzi cried out in alarm. At this moment he regretted becoming Ma Fengfeng, because Ma Fengfeng would have to face Lin Ling's sword. Shua! The sword seemed to freeze time, and it passed by Jin Pengzi. Then under countless shocked gazes, Jin Pengzi's body was torn apart, split in two. But the sword didn't stop, and shot straight towards Tang Tianshu. Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu's pupils widened, and the emperor pill fire appeared on his body. But what was surprising was that the flame was very dim, as if it was afraid of the sword's aura. You shouldn't have come. An indifferent voice sounded in his ears. Then, he looked at the world one last time and his body was also split in two. The sword still didn't stop, and it pierced through the void, cutting towards Ning Wubwa. Stop! In the distance, Ning Wuxiao of the Howling Sky Academy roared. Lin Ling wanted to kill his son. He thought that the situation was settled, and that even if Lin Ling appeared, he would be captured alive. But who knew that Lin Ling finally arrived, and killed 2 people with a single sword, and even wanted to kill his son? Unfortunately, did he think that Lin Ling would stop just because he asked him to? Xiao. Under countless gazes, Ning Wubwa's head flew up, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his neck. Then he fell on his back, killing 3 people with a single sword. Chapter 1061. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, it's your turn. You're finally here. Staring coldly at Lin Ling, Headmaster Tian Lin said. Lin Ling, they've gone too far. They want to kill us and accuse you of being a sinner of the world. Qin Xiaolan couldn't help but let loose an enraged roar as she stood behind Lin Ling. However, she was extremely calm in her heart. Every time a calamity befell this world, this young man would protect everything with his not-so-impressive shoulders, and today was no exception. I know. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, as if he had lost all emotions. His gaze swept across Headmaster Tian Lin and finally landed on the students. Wherever his gaze passed, Other than the headmaster and Elder Xian, everyone's heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? It was so terrifying. You killed Elder Dao. Lin Ling's gaze finally landed on the old man who was still standing tall. His voice was even colder. I killed him. Elder Great Sun Child took a step forward. His aged face was filled with arrogance and indifference, as if he was telling Lin Ling that he was the one who killed Elder Dao. Are you angry? This is the consequence of offending me, Elder Great Sun Child. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. After that, he said to Long Xiaochen and the others behind him, bring Elder Dao back to the valley. This is a sign of respect for him. Yes. Long Xiaochen and Ouyang Feiyang walked out and walked towards Elder Dao as if nothing had happened. He died for you. Even his corpse will be exposed to the sun. Who allowed you to bring his corpse away? Elder Great Sun Child narrowed his eyes and spoke like a divine king. That sentence caused many people's eyes to turn cold. How despicable. Elder Dao was already dead, but Elder Great Sun Child actually wanted to expose his corpse to the sun. However, Long Xiaochen and Ouyang Feiyang continued walking. Their expressions were indifferent, as if they didn't hear Elder Great Sun Child's threat. Didn't you hear what I said? Since that's the case, you guys can stay here and become corpses too. Elder Great Sun Child coldly said. Her body strangely floated forward. However, just as she moved, Lin Ling's cold voice also floated out. I said I will take her away, so I will take her away. You're not qualified. Elder Great Sun Child ignored her and attacked Long Xiaochen and the others. Treasured Buddha Heavenly Rainbow Finger. Countless rainbows appeared in the air, holy and majestic. These rainbows moved along with the finger, as if they were rainbows hanging high in the sky, but they were drawn by the hand of an expert. That finger pointed at Long Xiaochen and Yi Futian. Lin Ling wanted to bring her away, but she, Great Sun Child, would not allow it. She wanted to see how amazing this fifth king of the Rainforest Holy Land was without a faction by her side. Righteous Sword. Right at this moment, a dazzling golden sword slashed out, clashing with the rainbow finger in mid-air. The deafening sound of the collision shook everyone's heart. In the next moment, two figures were sent flying backwards. Among them, Great Sun Old Man was pushed back a full 200 meters while Lin Ling was pushed back 100 meters. Most importantly, Great Sun Old Man's palm was bleeding. She had actually been injured by Lin Ling's sword attack. Tian Lin's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. He knew that he was very strong. However, Elder Great Sun Child was Elder Xian. So he didn't attack before because he wanted to see Elder Great Sun Child suppress Lin Ling. However, the result was that they were evenly matched. Elder Great Sun Child was even weaker. Could it be that Lin Ling already had Elder Xian's strength? You are getting more and more terrifying. That sword contained 3 levels of profoundness. Elder Great Sun Child's face was extremely ferocious. Lin Ling actually injured her. One must know how old Lin Ling was and how old was she? In the past, Lin Ling couldn't do anything to her other than relying on a faction. But today he was able to fight her head-on. I must kill them. Elder Great Sun Child naturally couldn't take this lying down. She took a big step forward and shot towards Long Xiaochen and the others. At that moment, Long Xiaochen and the others carried Elder Dao away, completely ignoring Elder Great Sunday. Many people were shocked. Long Xiaochen and the others trusted Lin Ling so much. Were they not afraid of death? Then many people looked towards Lin Ling, wondering how Lin Ling would deal with this. Chi. At that moment, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. The sword in his hand was stabbed into the ground. He took a step forward and shot towards Elder Great Sun. I don't care why you came here today, but you will stay here forever, Elder Great Sun. Flames erupted in mid-air, causing the sky and earth to turn into a world of fire. A flame god that seemed to have come from ancient times appeared. The flames were so angry that they were bristling. A terrifying punch blasted out. Be careful. The 7 prefecture lords had been paying attention to Lin Ling. However, after Lin Ling displayed the terrifying fire fist, their eyes narrowed. Among them, Prefecture Lord Tian Lin finally shouted, but it was too late. Elder Great Sun Child thought that she was Elder Xian. Even if Lin Ling was a genius, it would take years for him to catch up to her. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling had already caught up to her and could even kill her. 8-directional flame emperor fist. In the world of fire, the infernal god split into 8. It was like an emperor looking at the 8 directions. 8 blazing fists were thrown at Elder Great Sun. At that moment, Elder Great Sun's eyes were wide open. Previously, when she was fighting with Lin Ling, she didn't allow Lin Ling to take the corpse away. However, she knew that it wasn't a matter of whether she allowed it or not. When Lin Ling arrived, she was already half a step into hell. The reason why he didn't kill her was because Lin Ling wanted to take Elder Dao's corpse away first. He didn't want Elder Dao's corpse to be damaged because of the battle. Therefore, Great Sun Elder Tong would definitely die. This was the infernal god's fury. Boom! The 8 fists burned everything in all directions, but the moment the 8 fists gathered at the center, it was like the most overbearing flame exploded. In the fierce flames, Great Sun Elder's face was hideous and even twisted. She wanted to make a sound, but she couldn't because her voice was also burned by the flames. There was only one voice in her head. Lin Ling, invincible in the Holy Spirit realm. She was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. However, he killed her with a single punch. He deserved to be called invincible in the Holy Spirit realm. Pop! Pop! The flames burned madly. Within the flames, a silhouette slowly walked out, exuding a sense of laziness, as though killing Great Solar Old Man was as simple as slaughtering a pig or a dog. However, when the crowd saw that slender silhouette, their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. The infernal god's fist was so terrifying. Lin Ling had indeed reached Elder Xian's level. There was complete silence. Countless gazes were fixed on the lazy young man. At this moment, Lin Ling was stretching his neck slightly. The anger in his heart was like an erupting volcano, gradually spreading. His lazy eyes suddenly froze, and killing intent rolled out from him. It's your turn. Oh. Chapter 1062. Enough? The cold voice was like a sword, ruthlessly stabbing into the hearts of the 7 prefecture lords. Their pupils constricted, and a trace of solemnity quietly rose in their hearts. Lin Ling had actually killed Great Sun Elder. The most frightening thing was that not only was Lin Ling young, but he was also only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, while Great Sun Elder had reached the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. One had to know that the difference between the Holy Spirit realm and the Holy Spirit realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, but Lin Ling had still done it. This meant that Lin Ling's trump card was even more powerful than Great Sun Elder's. Mansion Master Tian Lin looked deeply at Lin Ling as memories surfaced in his mind. In the past, when he knew that his junior brother Di Wuji's disciple had arrived, he didn't pay much attention to it. One had to know that even Di Wuji couldn't surpass him, so what could Di Wuji's disciple do? But now he regretted it. Di Wuji's disciple was even more frightening than Di Wuji. That speed of growth was too crazy. If it weren't for the Void Star Divine Palace wanting to capture Lin Ling, he would have killed Lin Ling on the spot. If he didn't kill Lin Ling now, he would become a huge threat. Lin Ling, put down your butcher's knife. We don't have any evil intentions towards you. We just want to bring you to the Void Star Divine Palace. Why are you so stubborn? This will cause the death of your friends. Old Dao is one of them. At this time, an old man walked out from the group of 7 mansion masters and said with a kind expression. He was the Great Sun Void Temple's elder Mingkong. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he was looked up to and was known as the benevolent Mingkong. This meant that he had done many good deeds. Yes, listen to Senior Mingkong. We are doing this for your own good. Why must you let the people of the Rainforest Holy Land suffer for your selfishness? A disciple also spoke up. They were trying to persuade Lin Ling to surrender. Moreover, their faces were full of righteousness, as if they were worried about the world. Soon after, Old Xian and the other disciples spoke up and tried their best to persuade him. Even the people in the distance were moved. It was as if Lin Ling was the star of calamity of the Heavenly Fall era. Only on Lin Ling's side, everyone was gnashing their teeth in anger. What a powerful mouth. Bewitching people and inverting right and wrong. Shouldn't the so-called manor master, Elder Xian, and the academic be highly respected? However, you all are so hypocritical. Elder Dao's death was caused by you all, yet you blame it on us. As the prefecture lords of the 7 great divinities, you all have lost face. Moreover, you all say that you have no ill intentions. Then how do you explain your tyrannical behavior earlier? Qin Xiaolin yelled from behind Lin Ling. She came from the grasslands and had a carefree personality. What she disliked the most were these hypocritical and shameless people. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. He patted Qin Xiaolin's shoulder and walked forward step by step. Manor Lord Tianlin, you said that for my own selfish reasons, I caused the common people of the world to suffer. But you all came for the common people of the world. Then let me ask you, not long ago that expert came and demanded everyone to be slaves. Where were you all? His ice-cold voice was filled with righteousness as it reverberated in everyone's ears, causing the 7 prefecture lords to fall silent. Even Elder Xian and the apprentice master, who had been eloquent earlier, fell silent. At that time they had been hiding in the martial arts hall and hadn't come out. It was Lin Ling who led the 4 desolate races to stop the enemy. Someone shouted in the silence, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Let me ask you again. Do you all want to capture me and make a deal with the Void Star Divine Palace so that your lives can be spared? Lin Ling took another step forward, his black robes fluttering in the wind. The 7 prefecture lords' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling's words were correct. They had made a deal with the Void Star Divine Palace to capture Lin Ling, so that they wouldn't have to die. However, how could they have the nerve to say such a thing? Lin Ling, don't be so eloquent with your words. An elder Xian frowned. You only need to answer yes or no. Lin Ling shouted coldly, causing that elder Xian to grit his teeth. He couldn't answer. Let me ask you again. After you hand me over, all of you will live but the others will still die. Yes or no? Lin Ling's aura was overbearing as he faced the 7 prefecture lords without fear. What? The crowd's faces changed. Were they all going to die? Human nature was selfish. Even if Lin Ling had saved many people, they still didn't want to die. Therefore, if capturing Lin Ling could make the foreign experts let them go, then they would support the 7 prefecture lords in their hearts. However, Lin Ling had said that even if they captured Lin Ling, they would still have to die. Only the 7 prefecture lords wouldn't have to die. If that was the case, why would they support the 7 prefecture lords? These people only care about themselves. They are as ugly as the 7 prefecture lords. Of course, there were many magnanimous people. Lin Ling had done them a favor, so they had always stood behind Lin Ling. At this moment, they looked at those whose faces had changed and began to mock them. If you can't answer these 3 questions, what righteousness are you talking about? Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked coldly at the 7 prefecture lords. The 7 prefecture lords frowned. The 3 questions were like brilliant heavenly punishment, making them unable to say a word. The so-called heavenly fall era is a game for the strong. Everyone here has to die because they don't like it. Even if you hand me over, everyone still can't escape death. Moreover, the great tribulation of heaven and earth is approaching. Our rainforest holy land is not united. Instead, selfish traitors have appeared. How can you face the rainforest holy land? The cold voice floated out again, causing the hearts of the crowd to waver. They quietly turned around and came to Qin Xiaolan's side. Perhaps they also knew that the great tribulation of heaven and earth was approaching. The only one they could rely on was Lin Ling. Relying on the 7 prefecture lords was just a joke. Enough. Seeing the change in the crowd's hearts, one of the Sun Moon Heavenly Sect's elder Xian shouted coldly. Lin Ling was despicable. He wouldn't satisfy them even if he died. He even made a large number of people side with Lin Ling, causing the situation to change. Enough? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The sword in his hand slashed out. It was the sword of life and death. It had reached the 4th level of the profound meaning of life and death. This was the power brought about by the upgrade of the profound meaning of righteousness. The 4th level of the profound meaning of life and death was comparable to the power of the stars in the Void Star Divine Palace. Whoosh! The sword, like the pen of the judge of life and death, passed through the elder Xian's head, causing blood to spurt out from his neck. His head disappeared, but he maintained his posture of pointing at Lin Ling, as if he still had something to say. Enough? Lin Ling had said before that it was their turn. Now that the other party said it was enough, how could it be enough? Another elder Xian has been killed. Many people's eyes narrowed. Previously, when the great Sun Elder died, they were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Now Lin Ling told them that not only had Lin Ling reached Elder Xian's strength, but he could also kill Elder Xian easily. Why Lin Ling? Whether we are selfish or for the sake of the world, after we hand you over we still have a chance to live. Why do you have to be so stubborn? From the Great Sun Void Temple, an elder sighed and walked out. He didn't seem to want to kill too much, so he was still persuading Lin Ling to surrender. Unfortunately, he didn't want to kill too much, but he selfishly planned for himself. Why should they give face to such a person? Chapter 1063. Fighting the strongest Elder Xianpa. With a step, Lin Ling shot towards the old man. In the air, he grasped his sword with both hands. A dazzling golden light shined, shocking the world. Saint's light. The old man gently sighed, as if he didn't blame Lin Ling for attacking him. Perhaps he knew that Lin Ling simply couldn't touch him. Then, his body bloomed with a white light, sacred and inviolable. It's heavenly scholar Elder Xian. Many proud children of heaven recognized this old man. This old man was amiable and approachable, and had a reputation on par with the 7 profound martial house's Old Saber. The difference was that Old Saber was a righteous general, but this old man was a scholar like a plum blossom in the snow. They both had a pure and innocent heart, and such people were also the most formidable. What this old man excelled in was the saint's light. By borrowing the righteous energy of the book, he was impervious to all evil. We killed Old Saber because of the situation. But I, heavenly scholar, will prove that I did it for the common people of the world, and you, Lin Ling, did it for your own selfish interests. The old man's face was still kind and amiable. He stood beneath Lin Ling's attack, but his saint's light became even more dazzling. That's right, he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to prove that Lin Ling was wrong and that he was right. His heart of martial arts was to save the world, and that was why his saint's light was so righteous. This was the righteous energy of a scholar. Unfortunately, a scholar? Lin Ling hadn't faced one before. In the past, when the saint sons of the 6 holy lands had gathered, he had faced a descendant of the book's sage. Comparing righteousness and righteousness, he did not fear anyone. Righteous sword. A sword cut down from the heavens, as if it were a sword that separated righteousness and evil. Under countless gazes, the old man's pupils shrank and his body began to tremble. He wanted to say something and even wanted to retreat, but he was too slow. His entire body was split in two. What? The entire square was silent, a deathly silence. Heavenly Confucian thought that he represented righteousness and righteousness, so he dared to receive Lin Ling's sword. But the result proved that this was nothing more than a joke. Compared to Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness, his saint aura was far too shameful and he was killed by a single sword strike. I don't have righteousness, I only have a clear conscience. After killing another Elder Xian, Lin Ling's ice-cold voice rang out. He was still as murderous and crazy as before. His gaze suddenly landed on the 7 prefecture heads. His ice-cold eyes caused the hearts of all the students to tremble violently. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. All of you can die now. With a slash of the sword, the aura of life and death filled the air as the crescent moon sword energy swept out. Whoosh! Blood spurted out as countless students were split in half. They could not even cry out in pain, and the remaining students widened their eyes in fear. Lin Ling, don't kill indiscriminately. Some students gritted their teeth. They were existences that were looked up to in the martial hall, but today they were being slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, they had forgotten that regardless of whether they were students or ordinary people, in this world where the strong were respected, Lin Ling was stronger than them. They should not be arrogant, and they should not have followed the prefecture heads to capture Lin Ling. Whoosh! What answered them was a sword filled with killing intent. Wherever the sword passed, blood rained down, and a large number of bodies collapsed. It was a cruel and merciless display. However, the spectators from afar did not feel that it was cruel. On the contrary, they felt incomparably delighted. When facing selfish people, there was no need to waste words. Just kill them directly. Only death would let them know how laughable they were. You all represent righteousness, but I've killed so many students. Yet your prefecture heads are indifferent. They are actually sacrificing you. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely evil and even carried a hint of cruelty. The sword in his hand slashed out again, causing the expressions of the students from the martial hall to change drastically. Yes, why did the prefecture heads not stop Lin Ling? However, this was the last thought in their lives. In the next moment, their heads were separated from their bodies. Don't go too far. At this moment an old Xian finally walked out. This person came from the Great Sun Emptiness Temple, and was the strongest of the 7 martial halls. Old Xian. Heaven's leg breaker. Heaven's fall and earth's rend. Whoosh! He leaped into the air and raised his right foot high. The sole of his foot suddenly turned pitch black, and a majestic and domineering aura was released, causing the clouds in the sky to explode. Heaven's leg breaker. Many people looked at the godlike figure and then gasped. The strongest old Xian had made his move. Don't kill him. On the side of the 7 prefecture heads, one of them coldly said. Previously, they did not make a move because they wanted someone to suppress Lin Ling. After all, their goal was to capture Lin Ling, not to kill him. However, what surprised them was that Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. He had reached the point where no one in the 7 martial halls could stop him. Right now, they could only look at the Heaven's leg breaker. Lin Ling, I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. You killed so many students, how can you bear to do that? In the sky, the old man coldly shouted. His body shot towards the ground like a cannonball, and the mysterious pitch-black soles of his right foot spread out like water, causing his entire right leg to turn black as hard as steel. Level 4 iron profound. The Sword Elder and the others narrowed their eyes. They admitted that they were not as strong as the old man. The sky became still, as if a storm was about to arrive. Lin Ling raised his head, and a dark light bloomed in the depths of his eyes. He raised the sword in his hand and shouted, Sword of Righteousness. An incomparably bright golden light appeared, and no evil could penetrate it. Ding! A deafening sound rang out. The leg descended from the sky and chopped onto Lin Ling's sword like an axe, producing a deafening sound. Iron Profound was a type of gold profound. It was extremely powerful. A kick could move the wind and clouds, and a palm could settle mountains and rivers. The Heaven's leg breaker was the most difficult to deal with among all the old Xians, and the most terrifying. Using your legs to block the sword. The crowd gasped. They knew how terrifying Lin Ling's sword was, but the Heaven's leg breaker was able to block the sword with his legs. Is that all you've got? His body floated in the air, and the Heaven's leg breaker maintained its stance as he said indifferently, Cave Mountain shakes. In the next moment, an even more powerful aura erupted. His leg kicked out, and it was like an ancient giant beast that sent Lin Ling flying backwards. The tyrannical song sword was covered in flames. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the two of them passed, the earth erupted with waves of earth that soared into the sky. Even the earth was burning. This showed just how terrifying the impact was. The two of them, one in front and one behind, pierced through the entire 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House had been thoroughly destroyed. This was a battle between the Rainforest Holy Land's peak Elder Xian. His combat prowess was terrifying. Besides the 7 martial house masters and the 4 patriarchs of the desolate tribes, who else had such combat prowess? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 1064. The situation changed, so powerful. Many people had forgotten how to breathe. The strongest Elder Xian was fully deserving of the title. Young man, if you don't suffer a little, you won't know how big the world is. Under everyone's gaze, Tian Songtue's body slowly floated down. His determined face carried a touch of indifference. Lin Ling, how is it? On the other hand, the Sword Elder was extremely worried. He didn't know how Lin Ling was doing. After all, in a battle of this level, even the Sword Elder couldn't help much. Unless Lin Ling mobilized the 12-man formation, and the 49 flame formation's fire demon. However, the 7 prefecture lords did not make a move. Instead, they used all their trump cards. The situation was not optimistic. How is Lin Ling? Naturally, he was crippled by me. Tian Songtue heard Elder Jian's words and said indifferently. He was extremely proud. The 7 prefecture lords laughed. When Lin Ling killed Elder Great Sun, his strength was terrifying. However, after the strongest Elder Xian Tiansong Tue took action, Lin Ling was not his opponent. Of course, among the 7 prefecture lords, 2 of them frowned slightly. The punch that Lin Ling used to kill Elder Great Sun was not weak. Lin Ling should not be defeated so quickly. Sure enough, just as they thought about it, a cold voice sounded from the mountain range far away. Your leg is very powerful. Try my fist. Boom! Far away, an ancient mountain exploded. Endless flames soared into the sky. An ancient flame god appeared. His destructive and overbearing aura shocked everyone. Whoosh! Then, flames shot over like a meteor and fiercely smashed down from the sky. Fire has appeared. Yes, many people's spirits were lifted. Lin Ling had not failed yet, and he was now using flames. 8-directional flame emperor's fist. Boom! A huge flaming fist smashed towards Tiansong Tue. Tiansong Tue frowned. Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Heaven falls and earth rends, earthquakes and mountains shake, eye drawing slash. Boom! Tiansong Tue's body hung upside down. His right hand slammed on the ground and his leg shot towards the sky like a soaring dragon. Bang! When he pressed his palm on the ground, the earth instantly cracked. At a speed that surpassed the imagination of countless people, the shadow of a leg kicked into the sky. The profound meaning of iron was revealed. Up in the sky, the fire fist annihilation was unleashed. Pop! Pop! The fist and the leg collided. The void was torn apart. Profound meanings were cutting each other. However, in the next moment, under countless shocked gazes, the fiery fist roared like the wrath of the fire god. It forcibly suppressed the Heavenbreaker leg and smashed it to the ground. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the 7 profound martial house was razed to the ground. The ancient buildings tumbled in the air like straw, and then were incinerated. The earth was ablaze with monstrous flames, and a slender figure slowly walked out from the flames. Relying on others will also lead to death. Who was next? Everyone on the ground was shocked. The strongest Elder Xian had killed him with a single punch. Who would dare to step forward? The 7 prefecture lords narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling had already become an invincible existence apart from the 7 prefecture lords. Today it would be very difficult for them to capture Lin Ling. Xiao! Xiao! At the same time on Lin Ling's side, a large number of figures had arrived. All the powerhouses of the valley had arrived, and in the distance the winds and clouds billowed. The 4 desolate races had finally arrived. At this moment, the scales began to tilt towards Lin Ling's side. Prefecture Lord Tianlin, you bastard! Angry shouts resounded in the sky. The 4 desolate races people coldly floated in the sky, and the 4 patriarchs angrily glared at the 7 prefecture lords. The heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Instead of uniting to resist foreign enemies, you have harmed your own people. Are you still human? Rainmaster Mo Ping coldly looked at the 7 prefecture lords. On the ground, the 7 prefecture masters were still standing indifferently. There weren't many people left behind them. Most of the arrogant apprentices and Elder Xian had been killed by Lin Ling. However, what was surprising was that the remaining people were still indifferent. There wasn't a single trace of panic on their faces. What do they want to do? Many people frowned as they looked at the 7 prefecture lords. The 7 prefecture lords coming to capture Lin Ling was a mistake, and it was bound to end in failure. But why did the 7 prefecture lords still come? And now, with the 4 desolate races and Lin Ling's factions here, why were they not panicking? At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils were flickering. In fact, he was also very surprised. Unless Prefecture Lord Tianlin was a fool, he would not dare to touch him. But Prefecture Lord Tianlin still came. What were they hiding? Sorry, in fact, the heavenly meteor era has already arrived. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned silent. A large number of figures appeared. They were majestic and imposing. These people had never been seen before, and their clothes and auras were extremely unfamiliar. And Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Indeed, there was a change in the situation. You are late. The 7 prefecture lords were like divine emperors that controlled the heavens and earth. At this moment they finally smiled faintly. This also allowed people to tell that these people were with the 7 prefecture lords. Who are you? The faces of the 4 patriarchs became gloomy as they realized that the strength of these newcomers was quite terrifying. Several of them were transcendent realm masters, and there were simply too many of them. For a time, the 4 patriarchs were unable to maintain the upper hand, and were even falling into a disadvantageous position. The experts in the sky did not pay attention to the words of the 4 patriarchs. Instead, they slowly descended to the ground with the 7 prefecture lords. This made many people's hearts turn solemn. Previously, Linling seemed to have the last laugh, but he failed. They are the Water Moon Holy Land, Purgatory Shaman Sect, 6 Shaman Holy Land, Barbarian Royal Tribe, and the Scholar Bloodline of the Azure Cloud Holy Land. Prefecture Lord Tianlin said faintly, causing Linling to frown. Top experts of the 6 sacred regions? Linling, since I dared to come here, I'm naturally confident. I'm sorry to have made you happy for nothing. I can tell you that this group of people has been recruited by foreign experts. We are here to help cleanse the rainforest's holy land with blood. Prefecture Lord Tianlin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Linling's appearance. At this moment he was like a chess player, and after all the chess pieces were laid out, he seemed to have begun to nibble away at them. You hit it so well. Linling and the others are in trouble. Many people looked coldly at Prefecture Lord Tianlin. Their eyes filled with anger. Prefecture Lord Tianlin had finally revealed his purpose. You are a disgrace to the 6 sacred regions. The 4 patriarchs looked at Prefecture Lord Tianlin and finally couldn't help but shout. When foreign enemies arrived, these people were the first to surrender. They even helped the foreign experts wash the rainforest holy land with blood. They were spineless and selfish. Dead people, why do you have so much nonsense? On the Barbarian King tribe's side, a tall and sturdy man said coldly. He stared at Linling. You bullied my son, young Barbarian King. Behind him was the young Barbarian King from the Holy Sun's Great Gathering. At this moment, he looked indifferently at Linling. He had lost to Linling in the past, but today he could see Linling being suppressed and humiliated. For the sake of your own lives, you're sending everyone to their deaths. Chapter 1065. The battle had reached a climax. That's right. The existence of ants is for the sake of the strong. A gentle middle-aged man from the Book Sage's faction walked out slowly and said, Heaven and earth are heartless. They treat all living things like dogs. Flowers bloom and wilt, spring comes and autumn comes. Life, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven and earth. The weak will die at any time while the strong can go further. This is also natural selection. We are not heartless. Haha, you're really the Book Sage to be able to make your fear of death and selfishness sound so righteous. Linling laughed. These people were more hypocritical than he thought. His laughter made the Book Sage smile faintly. He didn't mind Linling's ridicule. However, Linling's disdainful voice drifted out in the next moment. Book Sage, you're just a dog and a pig. The Book Sage's eyes narrowed. He was the top existence in the Green Cloud Holy Ground, a transcendent realm master. Although Linling was somewhat capable, how could he be compared to him? However, Linling dared to scold him? Brothers, the Heavenly Fall era is coming. What we can do is to protect ourselves and never surrender. This is the backbone of us cultivators. Since there's an internal strife among the pigs and dogs, I'll eliminate them first and put an end to the internal strife. A great battle was unavoidable. Therefore, Linling did not waste time talking to the Sage of Calligraphy. He raised his sword, and his black robe was like the wind of a king. Countless people in the rainforest holy land were excited. Linling was still protecting them. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. Let's fight. Along with Linling's angry roar, the entire sacred rainforest fell silent. Suddenly, a soaring battle intent gushed out. Everyone was united at this moment. His voice was deafening, causing the complexions of Martial House Master Skyforest and the others to turn ugly. Linling, what great courage! With a single call, hundreds responded. He had actually managed to change the situation of the battle once again, raising the morale of countless people. Follow Linling and kill the pigs and dogs. The 4 patriarchs also shouted. Then, when Lin Ling pointed his sword forward, their battle intent surged. Kill! Lin Ling took the lead and rushed forward. Behind him, everyone else moved. The mighty aura of the book sage and the barbarian king tribe narrowed their eyes. They thought that after their arrival, the people of the sacred rainforest would be dominated like ants and Lin Ling would be easily captured. However, they underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Lin Ling had called Lin Ling to kill. This young man is very powerful. The people of the Purgatory Shaman sect mumbled to themselves. They had come here with two goals. First, they wanted to capture Lin Ling and survive the Heavenly Fall era. Second, they had heard that Lin Ling had an ancient secret, so they also wanted to obtain it. However, they hadn't imagined that things would be so troublesome. Kill was 12 people, 49 flames, the fire demon, 4 patriarchs. These were the top forces of Lin Ling's side. The 7 mansion masters, the Purgatory's patriarch, the barbarian king, and the book sage were the other side. On the surface, the 7 mansion masters had more experts. However, Lin Ling's side was much more powerful. It would not be easy for them to win. The king of all, Lin Ling. As long as we kill him, we will win. Skyland's eyes were icy cold. At this moment, he no longer cared about capturing Lin Ling alive, because he knew that it would be very difficult. If he could kill Lin Ling, although the Void Star Divine Palace would be enraged, they would at most punish him and not kill him. On the other hand, if Lin Ling died, he could help the Void Star Divine Palace wash the rainforest's holy land with blood. Kill. Lin Ling was the number 1 master below the Transcendent Realm, and there weren't many people who could injure him. With a single slash of his sword, countless lives were annihilated, causing many people from the Purgatory Witchcraft sect to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was terrifying. Emperor Yan's fist. In terms of attack power, Lin Ling was the most terrifying in the Holy Spirit realm. When the ancient flames exploded, a large number of barbarian kings died. As for the scholar lineage, their soul force was immense. A large number of scholars gathered together and formed an ancient book, wanting to suppress Lin Ling. However, although Lin Ling's soul force had been damaged before, how could they possibly do anything to him? Boundless demon eye. The appearance of the ancient eye shattered the souls of many scholars. How ferocious! As expected of the youngest king of our rainforest holy land. Seeing Lin Ling fighting 10,000 people by himself, the morale of the rainforest holy land was greatly boosted, and everyone was in high spirits. Yu and the others also laughed and followed Lin Ling to kill all the enemies. Mansion Master Tian Lin thought that Lin Ling would fall with the help of a powerhouse. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's influence. Many people in the distance were in high spirits, silently supporting Lin Ling. Mansion Master Tian Lin's face became uglier and uglier, and he finally shouted coldly, "Move out." His voice was so soft that no one could hear it, but at that moment, a figure quietly left Lin Ling's side and flew towards Lin Ling. That person wore a long black dress, and when she passed through the sky, it was as if the most mysterious night had descended. The second dream. Yu and the others had been following Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling wanted to kill the enemies, they were supporting him from the side. But when they saw the woman in the black dress, they frowned. "I want to help him too." The second dream smiled, but Yu and the others were still worried. After all, they also knew about the conflict between the second dream and Lin Ling. "She's one of us." At that moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard, and Yu and the others nodded. Lin Ling believed in the second dream, and they also believed in the second dream. The second dream's heart trembled violently. She looked at the handsome figure in front of her, and endless ripples appeared in her heart. Lin Ling was her enemy in the past, and he had harmed her once, but in the end he still believed in her. In this world, even her master did not believe in her, but it was Lin Ling who believed in her. They were each other's enemies, and they believed in each other. Lin Ling. The second dream's beautiful eyes were wet, but at that moment, a cold voice sounded in her heart. "Why don't you attack? Do you want to die?" This voice made the second dream grit her teeth and take a step forward, chasing after Lin Ling. "Be careful." However, while she was distracted, Lin Ling's cold shout rang out. Then he slashed out with his sword, and several people in front of him who were trying to ambush him were cut in half. Second dream finally calmed down. She had been thinking about something before, so she was distracted. It was Lin Ling who saved her. Why do you believe in me? The second dream asked softly. Because you are a person of the sacred rainforest. No matter what kind of childhood you had, you are a person of this place, and you are also my person. At that moment, Lin Ling turned around and smiled. That smile was very pure, and the second dream bit her lips tightly. She wanted to say something but nothing came out. There was only one voice in her heart. Life is like a dream. The enemy of the past was the person who left the deepest shadow in her heart today. Was all this not a dream? Who frowned lightly, who danced in the wind, who stood shoulder to shoulder with a sword, who parted with the past and present, lingered for a few years, but the flowering time gradually passed, and the fleeting time was broken. Chapter 1066. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales' life is a dream, kill him. But at this moment the second dream felt a sharp pain in her heart. The broken sword seed hidden in her body began to stir. And at this moment in the distance, Manor Master Skylin was coldly looking at the second dream. The second dream was one of his hidden chess pieces, used to deal with Lin Ling. He had been preparing for this move for a very long time. From the time when the second dream and Lin Ling were opposing each other, to the time when they had buried the hatchet, to the time when Lin Ling finally admitted the existence of the second dream. And now this move was finally starting to take effect. The effect was to plant the breaking karma mystic life sword into Lin Ling's body and devour him. Kill him. Manor Master Skylin mercilessly shouted. The second dream was a girl he had picked up in the past. When he first saw her he was moved. This was because the second dream's eyes were filled with determination. It was the kind of determination to become stronger. In order to become stronger, she was willing to betray the world. Such a heartless person was very much liked by Skylin. That was why he had taken the second dream as his disciple. Of course, in an accident, he also learned that the second dream's origins were not simple. She was an extremely rare soul that lived 100 lives and reincarnated thousands of times. She was an innate baneful soul. And this information was given to him by that mysterious lord. That lord seemed to be very interested in the second dream. Pooh! The broken sword seed in the second dream's body flared up, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. She was being controlled by Manor Master Skylin. Are you alright? Lin Ling could sense the second dream's change and could not help but frown. I'm fine. The second dream smiled. The Manor Master had promised her that as long as she killed Lin Ling, she would be able to obtain everything. This had been her ambition since she was young. But at this moment, for some reason, her pursuit of strength was not as strong as before. Lin Ling, do you like the night? I like the night very much because only then will all the filth disappear. Tranquility will accompany me. I like the feeling of tranquility. No one will take advantage of me, no one will harm me. I can become a very ordinary girl. Also, I like singing very much. The second dream stepped forward and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. What was the second dream trying to do? Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you for waking me up. I hope you don't think of me as an enemy. I don't want to harm you. More and more blood seeped out of second dream's mouth, which made Lin Ling feel more and more uneasy. Then he heard second dream's voice. Mansion Master Tian Lin asked me to get close to you and let the broken karma sword seed enter your body to kill you. But for some reason I can't do it. What? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. At the same time, deep cracks appeared on second dream's delicate face. Her eyes turned red, and a sword shot out from within them. It was the sword seed of Break Miraculous Life. Bastard, you made me do it personally. In the distance, Manor Lord Tianlin's expression was extremely ferocious. Before this, second dream could activate the Cross Mystic Life sword seed to kill Lin Ling. But second dream didn't, so he had no choice but to do it himself. Lin Ling, be careful. The second dream sensed the changes in her body and shouted anxiously. She thought that if she did not use the broken sword seed, Lin Ling would be fine. But she had underestimated her master. Her master had never trusted her. Shio! A sword shot out from her eyes. It was as thin as a silkworm's wing, and it shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes widened. The speed of the sword was too fast and the distance was so close. He could not block it. But at the critical moment, a soft hand reached out and grabbed the broken sword seed. The sword seed twitched violently and could not move forward. It even made a sinister sound. I won't allow it. The second dream's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. She slammed the broken sword seed into her chest. At that moment her body began to crack. The broken sword seed was already generating destructive power. If it entered Lin Ling's body, the one whose body would shatter would be Lin Ling. The second dream. Lin Ling's face turned pale. He watched the terrifying sword seed enter the second dream's body. Life is like a dream. I never thought that I would save my enemy. Second dream laughed softly. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. More and more cracks appeared on her body, causing her to no longer be as beautiful as before. Instead, there was a hint of malevolence in her features. However, Lin Ling felt as though his heart was about to shatter. He seemed to have guessed what had happened. He took a large step forward and embraced second dream. Lin Ling, I attacked you before under my master's orders. I hope you don't blame me. When I first met you, you saved Emperor's Inch. This caused me to fail my mission. I was punished by my master to face the Heartblade prison for a year. Although it was painful, I don't know why, but I did not regret it. When I came out, my master wanted me to attack you. At that time, I finally attacked you with a cold heart. But I still failed. You are my life's nemesis. The second dream's voice became softer and softer. Her hair also turned pale. The skin on her face began to crack like paper. I was not disloyal or unfilial. My master used me. How could I be loyal? My mother sold me to a brothel when I was young. How could I be filial? After I fell from the altar, everyone laughed at me. They all wanted my body. Only you still believed in me. I am very touched. The sky is beginning to darken. Night has come. I love night. The second dream seemed to want to say everything in her life. Her eyes were already beginning to lose their sight, but she still smiled as if this was the happiest moment of her life. I have always had a dream. There is a man who loves me the most. He listens to me sing at night. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years. Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword. Who is past and present, lingering for a few years. The flowering time fades away, ending fleeting years. Her gentle singing voice drifted across the smoke-filled battlefield. There was a touch of poignant beauty to it. The rain in the sky quietly turned into snowflakes and drifted across the world. All the battles ended inexplicably. Countless eyes looked at the young man and young woman in the sky. Then, the young woman in the long black dress shattered like paper. She drifted away with the wind, drifting further and further away. Perhaps she had been protecting herself like a hedgehog her entire life. Only after death could she be at peace. Only then could she quietly hum a song in the quiet night. As for Manor Lord Tian Lin, his pupils constricted. He never thought that second dream would save Lin Ling. One had to know that second dream was a heartless person. If that was the case, how was he going to answer to that lord? The second dream. Lin Ling stood quietly in the sky. The young woman in his arms had already turned into ashes. His heart felt as if it had shattered. It was not love, but an indescribable emotion. Chapter 1067. The Descent of the Ancient Flame Devil. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years? Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword? Who parts today in the past, lingers for a few years, the flowering period fades away, the fleeting years are cut off. The gentle song still lingered in Lin Ling's ears, causing his heart to ache, as if it was being cut by a knife. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably terrifying flame erupted, burning the heaven and earth. The ancient flame emperor appeared, looking up at the sky, as if he was angry at the merciless sky for taking everything away from him. The second dream. An earth-shattering voice exploded in the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear. At the same time, Rainmaster Mo Ping's expression changed. He quickly waved his right hand, and an ancient copper pot appeared. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and spat on the copper pot, using his heart's blood to release the power of the copper pot. In the sky, the souls of those who died in the battle were all sucked into the copper pot. No one saw this scene, as everyone was looking at the angry flame god in the sky. All of you must die. Ancient flame devil, come out. The merciless voice was filled with murderous intent at this moment, and it finally exploded. Heaven, take away that pitiful girl. He was going against heaven. Lin Ling. In the distance, Yu and the rest had tears in their eyes. They already knew that Lin Ling was hiding the ancient flame devil, but Lin Ling planned to use that trump card only when the experts from other regions came. After all, the ancient flame devil was no small matter, and if it was exposed, it might attract more experts. Now that the 6 saint regions were in chaos, Lin Ling revealed his trump card. Prefecture Lord Tianlin, the Book Sage's bloodline, the barbarian king tribe, these people were too much. Lin Ling was using all his strength to resist the external enemies, but the internal chaos forced Lin Ling to use all his strength. The second dream is also a pitiful girl. And Yuera mumbled to herself. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at the sky. Lin Ling was finally going to make his move. The battle in the sky and on the ground had stopped at this moment. Many people felt emotional ripples in their hearts. The death of the girl in the black dress made them feel sad and even touched. However, the lineage of the master of calligraphy and the barbarian king tribe were sneering. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. However, this was even more so. They liked to see Lin Ling go mad in anger. Only then would they feel refreshed. However, they didn't know that the crazed Lin Ling was even more terrifying. Chi. In the sky, endless smoke drifted out, and the temperature suddenly rose. It was mysterious and strange. What is that? The crowd was astonished. They felt their mouths and tongues go dry. The temperature was too high. Take his life while he's sick. Go. Young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils turned ice cold. He waved his right hand and several experts shot into the sky. All of them were at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. A huge martial art burst out and blasted towards the mysterious smoke. Bastard! Bastard! The 4 patriarchs didn't know what had happened at all. At this moment they all shouted angrily. The people of the barbarian king tribe took advantage of the change in Lin Ling's mood to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ling. Pung pung. However, as soon as those people got close to the smoke, their bodies were instantly burned to ashes. The strongest among them was a half-step transcendent. At this moment his face changed and he turned around to run. He didn't know how his companions died, but it was too terrifying. Being burned to death as soon as he got close to the smoke. Was that a taboo? Unfortunately, since he dared to come here, how could he leave? In the billowing smoke, a huge tail shot out and wrapped around the master, making it impossible for him to escape. Then, the tail contracted and the master burst into a mist of blood and turned into ashes. Shock! Everyone's eyes widened. What was that? The lineage of the master of calligraphy and the barbarian king tribe, who were sneering before, also stopped breathing at this moment. They wanted to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ling. But the result was that they were all wiped out. Even the last one couldn't escape. What did Lin Ling do? The smoke gradually dissipated. 100-meter-tall flaming fox appeared. Its 4 limbs sprawled in the air. Its huge cheeks revealed sharp, cold teeth. Its eyes were red and filled with monstrous killing intent. Its 2 front claws danced slightly, filled with an invincible power, causing the void to constantly tremble. Behind the flaming fox, 7 dazzling tails were wagging, intimidating everyone's hearts. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, everyone saw that the terrifying fire beast actually smiled. That smile was bloodthirsty and murderous, making people not dare to look directly at it. Lin Ling is on the neck of that wild beast. Someone pointed in front of him in fear, causing many people to react. They guessed that the terrifying wild beast was brought here by Lin Ling. No, perhaps that wild beast was Lin Ling. The faces of the 4 patriarchs, Mo Nianchen, old ancestor Tai Yan, and the others changed drastically. At this moment, Lin Ling gave them a very strange feeling. There was only killing intent and a sense of demonic charm. Lin Ling has turned into a demonic beast? Mansion Master Tianlin also stared at the wild beast in the sky. He noticed that the wild beast's gaze made his soul tremble. He suddenly had a feeling that he had angered Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to turn into a murderous demon. Ancient devil. Among everyone, only the sect master of the Purgatory Witchcraft sect was excited. Long ago, he received news from his subordinates before they died that the ancient devil, the guardian god of the 6 sacred grounds, had appeared in the body of a puny youth in the rainforest sacred ground. At that time he had been searching everywhere and finally locked his eyes on Lin Ling. However, today Lin Ling had finally revealed that he was the ancient flame devil. This person was the master of the 6 witchcraft sacred grounds expert that Lin Ling had met when he captured the infernal deity Ming Wang. Great, if I can get the guardian god, my strength will increase greatly. The sect master of the Purgatory Witchcraft sect laughed excitedly. He had no idea that death was approaching him. Everyone on the battlefield looked at the gigantic beast in the sky. Their minds were locked on it, as though the gigantic flaming beast was the main character of today's battle. You're just deliberately mystifying things. No matter what you turn into, strength is everything in this world. The barbarian emperor's burly body moved and took a step forward. Although he was also shocked by the aura that Lin Ling released, he had no choice but to release it. How could he be afraid of Lin Ling? Beside him, the sage of calligraphy waved his right hand and a white jade fan appeared. He waved it gently and said with contempt, "Perhaps he did something disgraceful when he was alive. That's why he turned into a demonic beast. How ironic. How dare he call us pigs and dogs?" Although the sage of calligraphy and the barbarian emperor were shocked, they were not too afraid because of their strength. Roar! In the sky, the ancient fox slowly turned its head and landed on the barbarian emperor. Its demonic eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Under countless shocked gazes, the fox actually laughed. "All of you have to die." Everyone heard the voice of the slaughtering desolate beast. It was deep and enchanting, causing ripples in their hearts. At this moment, even their souls were trembling violently. This was because they saw that the person speaking was the youth on the neck of the flaming desolate beast. It was Lin Ling who was speaking. Swoosh! Chapter 1068. Waking up from a dream. Slaughtering the world so fast. The barbarian king's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and his right fist expanded like a giant hammer. The barbarian king's rules. The power of the transcendent realm erupted and the rule mysteries appeared. It was as if the barbarian king was the heavens and the rule mysteries. Pop pop pop. The air exploded and the world of mysteries appeared. 7th layer. In the distance, the 4 patriarchs gasped. The barbarian king was the top master of the 6 shaman holy land, and so were the 4 patriarchs. However, they were obviously weaker than the barbarian king. 7th level martial profundity. That was simply enough to form a savage world. There was no doubt that the barbarian king, the scholar, the purgatory shaman sect, the 4 patriarchs, and the 7 great martial arts hall were the top masters on the battlefield today. Bang! However, under everyone's gaze, the giant ancient flame devil smiled and waved its claws gently. A dull sound was heard. It easily blocked the barbarian king's rules. Pop pop pop. The fist seemed to have hit an ancient mountain, causing endless ripples in the air. The faces of the people in the distance stiffened. The barbarian king blocked it just like that. The brute king's eyes widened. His punch with all his strength had been easily blocked by the ancient desolate beast. Furthermore, he saw the ancient flame fiend still looking at him with its head tilted. Its eyes were filled with disdain, and it had quietly changed into a murderous look. It was as though it was saying, "Your full strength was easily blocked by me. Then try my strength. Back off." The barbarian king's heart trembled. The ancient flame devil wanted to kill him. Boom! However, it was too late. The ancient flame demon's huge right claw fiercely swung out. Cold light flickered. There was no profound meaning in it, but it was the most primitive power of a wild beast. It made the barbarian king's tall and sturdy body seem like a piece of paper. Under countless shocked gazes, a king-level warrior died. Roar! The ancient flame devil finally let out a shocking roar. On its neck, Lin Ling's hair danced wildly. His eyes were pitch black as if he had completely transformed into a demon of slaughter. How terrifying! He killed the barbarian king in one move. At this moment, Many people finally understood the ferocity of the ancient Ifrit. This was the most primitive power. If God blocked it, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked it, it would destroy Buddha. If the heavens wanted to destroy it, it would go against the heavens. Roar! Billowing flames gushed out. The white flames burned the air and surged towards the barbarian king clan, causing those ambitious people to let out terrified screams. After that, they were bathed in the crazy devil flames and turned into ashes. The barbarian royal tribe was completely annihilated. The whole process seemed slow, but in fact it only took a few breaths. The 7 prefecture lords, the sage of calligraphy, and the other top experts trembled. They were even more afraid because they had awakened the ancient demon of slaughter. Because the fall of the second dream was the time of awakening, and after awakening, it was time to slaughter the world. Kiki. The ancient flame demon slowly turned its head and looked at the book sage. The book sage stood in place, not daring to move. Before, he thought that Lin Ling was just SOSO, but now he didn't dare to say that. This ancient wild beast seemed to be able to easily kill a transcendent realm master. What the hell is this? The sage of calligraphy was very confused. It's your turn. A low voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, as if the ancient flame demon was speaking. I shouldn't have come. Lin Ling, I will leave here immediately. The book sage's lineage will never step into the rainforest holy land. The book sage said anxiously. He even knelt down on one knee, and the white jade fan in his hand fell to the ground. You said before that the world is heartless and treats all living things as dogs. The weak will be eliminated, and the strong will survive. This is natural selection. Now you are the weak and you will be eliminated. The murderous voice floated out again, and the book sage's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling didn't intend to let him go. There is no enmity between us. The book sage gritted his teeth and said. Although there was no enmity between them, the interests involved led him to capture Lin Ling. Even if there is no enmity between us, I will kill. Today I will kill everyone in the world. However, the book sage didn't know that he was facing the half-demon Lin Ling at this moment. The ancient flame demon filled with murderous intent. This moment Lin Ling was a demon. How could he reason with him? Whoosh! The book sage's eyes narrowed, and his body was covered with the saint's light. However, when the claw came into contact with the saint's light, it only stopped for a moment. Then the book sage was split into 2, and blood splattered everywhere. The ancient flame demon's claw was stained with blood, but it placed it at the corner of its mouth and licked it gently. The murderous intent became even more intense. Obviously, Lin Ling had completely let go of his mind at this moment, allowing the murderous intent to take over his mind. Another top king has died. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone on the side of the 7 prefecture lords began to quietly retreat. Kill the world. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold and emotionless at the neck of the ancient flame demon. His hoarse voice floated out. Whoosh! The ancient flame demon was the incarnation of slaughter. Its body disappeared from the ground and appeared among the book sage's lineage. Blood was everywhere, and the people were in a terrible situation. Screams could be heard from time to time. Everyone from the book sage's lineage regretted coming. They shouldn't have come. They shouldn't have awakened Meng Xing. On the side of the 4 prefecture lords, everyone's face stiffened. Lin Ling had settled the battlefield alone. However, the murderous intent of the ancient flame demon was too strong. No wonder Lin Ling wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Guardian God, I remember now. That's the guardian god of slaughter. In order to protect the peaceful place in his heart, he slaughtered the world. Finally, an older warrior recalled the memories he had seen in the ancient records. That's right, it was the guardian god. The guardian god of the 6 great saint lands. Many people reacted. The guardian god of the 6 great saint lands, this was a very long history. Because it was so long ago, no one could remember it before. Guardian god. Prefecture Lord Tianlin's face was extremely ugly. Lin Ling had actually obtained the guardian god. Roar! Murderous intent filled the air, and demonic clouds rolled. A huge figure crazily weaved through the crowd. Every time it weaved through the crowd, dozens of lives would be lost. It was terrifying. No! The purgatory witch sect lord let out a terrified cry. A moment ago, he was still excited about the appearance of the guardian god. However, at this moment he regretted it because he couldn't obtain it at all. Instead, death was approaching. Ancient Witch King! He roared and ancient witchcraft appeared. He waved out a large amount of grass-made witchcraft. Those witchcraft landed on the ground and turned into 2-meter-tall grass-made men. Those grass-made men were expressionless, as if they were demons from hell. Step by step, they surrounded the ancient flame demon. After that, the purgatory witch sect lord frantically retreated. Obviously, he wanted to use those grass-made men to block the ancient flame demon. Those grass-made men were all at the peak of the saint spirit realm. They were extremely powerful. However, could they block the ancient flame demon? Roar! The ancient flame demon roared at the sky. Layers of white flame surged out from its body. Everywhere it passed, life was destroyed and everything was burned. Whoosh! Chapter 1069. Nightmare 9 Changes of Life and Death. The sovereign's expression changed drastically. He once again waved out a straw doll covered with talismans. With a swipe of his claws, the sovereign's body exploded. However, many people saw that the ancient flame devil had only killed a straw doll. The sovereign had mysteriously disappeared. Witchcraft was indeed the most mysterious. At this moment, the figure of the Grandmaster appeared in the crowd. His face was covered in cold sweat. He had almost died. Luckily, he still had a way to save his life. Bang! However, in the next moment, a huge figure appeared behind him. That nightmarish aura caused the sect leader's eyes to widen. The ancient flame devil had caught up. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, the ancient flame demon's claws swept out. Blood rained down. The last of the 3 kings, the leader of the purgatory witch martial school, had fallen. Over at the side of the 4 patriarchs, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. When the 3 kings arrived, they were at a disadvantage. They relied on the courage and battle intent in their hearts to resist the enemies. However, in the end, their king made a move and defeated all the powerful enemies by himself. Their guardian god, Lin Ling, was currently protecting them. Lin Ling! Everyone's spirits were lifted and they could not help but shout loudly, "Kill!" At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The ancient flame devil was like the grim reaper weaving through the crowd. Large numbers of lives fell, but his mind was extremely calm. It seemed to be occupied by murderous intent, but strangely, he heard a clear singing voice. It was like the voice of the girl next door. Who frowns lightly, sleeves dance for fleeting years, who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword at the end of the world, who parts today and the past, lingers for several years. The flowering period is gradually far away, the fleeting years are broken. Today was a peaceful night. She loved peaceful nights the most. Therefore, Lin Ling made this night of slaughter even more peaceful. The past, bit by bit, rushed into his mind. The first time they met, in order to save Di Zichuan, Lin Ling used the girl as his support to defeat the enemy. The second time they met, the girl became a pawn and began to approach his elder brother. At that time the girl took Lin Ling's sword. The third time they met, they were surrounded on the grassland. The girl was the last line of defense, preventing Lin Ling from leaving alive. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time Lin Ling's revenge began. The young girl's existence went from being favored by the heavens to being ridiculed by tens of thousands of people. However, the young girl did not resent Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also knew that in the martial world, one had no choice. The young girl did not want to do this. She only wanted to protect herself. Although she was greedy for glory, in reality, she also wanted to enjoy the short period of happiness in life. She was actually the same as any other ordinary girl because she also knew that she might die in the next moment. So why not enjoy that period of time? Her entire life had been lonely, and she had been used by others. Kill! A low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Kill millions. The young girl and Lin Ling were the same kind of people. They walked the world alone, working hard to become stronger and survive. The only difference was that the paths they took were different. That was the second dream. Her life was like a dream. Sky Forest. The angry roar shook the heavens and earth. The ancient flame devil was like a crazy flame that shot towards Sky Forest. Everywhere it passed, everyone was burned to death. The other Sky Forest Prefecture lords' pupils constricted. They were also afraid. Lin Ling, you have turned into a killing demon. The Great Sun Void Temple's elder Ming Kong said in fear. Xiao. The claws of the death god flashed with cold light, and a Sky Forest Prefecture lord fell. His death was extremely tragic, and he only said one sentence before he died. Run! The remaining Sky Forest Prefecture lords were even more afraid. However, how could Lin Ling let them escape? Roar! Flames spewed out, and Ning Wuxiao of Shaotian Academy was entangled by the ancient flame. He painfully rolled in the sky and turned into ashes. The other Sky Forest Prefecture lords were slaughtered like vegetables. The demonized Lin Ling is amazing. The crowd in the distance witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Today was the nightmare of the 7 Sky Forest Prefecture lords. At this moment, Sky Forest Prefecture lord's face was pale. Lin Ling is here. In the sky, the ancient flame devil stopped. It was like a lazy cat strolling in the sky. Every step it took felt like it was stepping on Sky Forest Prefecture lord's heart. He looked at the approaching death. In the end, he sighed softly and laughed. Lin Ling is Lin Ling. In order to turn into a killing demon, I calculated everything. However, I neglected the human heart. I didn't know that she would die for you, and I didn't know that you would turn into a demon because of her. Sky Forest Prefecture Lord seemed to know that he couldn't escape. He looked into the distance. Thousands of people were looking at the ancient flame devil. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, there was respect and admiration. Therefore, he knew that the rainforest sacred land was Lin Ling's world. Who was the king? This was the most difficult thing to determine. However, today he could be sure. Lin Ling, the well-deserved holy king of the rainforest. You killed your junior brother Diwuji. Today you killed your disciple the second dream. Have you been using others your whole life? The ancient flame devil finally stopped. It looked at Sky Forest Prefecture Lord with contempt. Its cold voice drifted out. Every man for himself. Sky Forest Prefecture Lord slowly raised his head and said slowly, what a sad life. Even if you can reach the peak of the clouds, when you look back, you will realize that you have missed out on a lot. You will realize that there is no one by your side to accompany you. No one sees your pride, no one shares it. A strong wind blew, forming a heat wave that drifted into the distance. On top of the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling's long hair danced in the wind. His dark eyes were still cold. You haven't reached the peak. How can you be sure? Sky Forest Prefecture Lord smiled. Who is the king? Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Lin Ling. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Millions of people roared at the same time. Today their king Lin Ling had reached the peak. They had seen his pride and shared it. How could it be, as Sky Forest Prefecture Lord had said, that no one saw it? Sky Forest Prefecture Lord frowned. In order to become stronger, he had abandoned everything. Lin Ling had also wanted to become stronger, but he had not abandoned everything. Lin Ling had a large number of people supporting him. These people were willing to fight with Lin Ling, even giving up their lives. This was the difference between him and Lin Ling. He turned around to look, but there was no one behind him. He was all alone. My master Di Wuji had his talent stolen by you in the past. Today I will return it. Lin Ling gave a loud shout. The ancient flame devil's claws stretched out. A cold light flashed, and it pierced into Sky Forest Prefecture Lord's chest. It continuously extracted Sky Forest Prefecture Lord's talent, depriving him of everything. Sky Forest Prefecture Lord's face paled, and his hair began to turn white. His body began to tremble. He realized that his cultivation had been absorbed by the ancient flame devil. He would become a waste. In the past, he had stolen the pride of his junior apprentice brother, Di Wuji, and seized the glorious position of martial housemaster. Today, Di Wuji's disciple had returned to collect his debt and dominated everything. 7 profound martial houses. Current martial housemaster, Di Wuji. Lin Ling's pupil shrank. He saw a sword float out from the ancient flame devil's body. It was the tyrannical song sword. This sword was like a firework that shot into the sky, erupting with a brilliant light. It was like a banner that awed the world. Chapter 1070. Three-World Ghost King Martial House Master Lin Ling. Kneel. Everyone from the D family fell to their knees. Senior Sword's eyes were moist. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In his hazy state he looked up at the sky. Dark clouds billowed, but he could faintly see the dead seniors of the D family. Today their vengeful spirits had returned in glory. Shwa shwa shwa. All of the proud sons of heaven of the seven profound martial house, all of them blossomed with martial arts. Their fists broke through the heavens, causing the spiritual energy in the air to become chaotic and explode into brilliant fireworks. In fact, after the Heavenfall era had arrived, the seven great martial halls had already fallen. But at the moment of their fall, they still had to celebrate the birth of the seven profound martial house's last martial house master. Tianlin, the second dream, was a pitiful young girl. She only wanted to be like an ordinary girl, singing songs in the quiet night. However, you brought her into the whirlpool of life and death, leaving her no choice. Today I will punish you in place of the second dream. Come flame. Fire. Lin Ling shouted out once more. The ancient flame demon's claws that had pierced into Tianlin's chest began to burn with flames, burning away Tianlin's organs. Not only that, but Tianlin would not be burned to death, but he would enjoy a fiery purgatory. Ah! Ah! Tianlin cried out in pain. His entire body violently trembled. His skin peeled off and his hair turned white. His mind was like a dream. He had never thought that he would have such a day, nor did he think that Lin Ling, who had awakened his slaughter demon, would be so terrifying. He could only say that he had lost. He had lost everything, but he did not regret it. The winner was king, the loser was a bandit. Since he had lost, there was nothing left to say. On the day you die, no one will come to send you off. Fire. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's cold voice floated into his ears, causing his pupils to constrict. He was not afraid of death. As a top powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, how could he be afraid of death? But he was afraid that no one would send him off. He was afraid of loneliness, so he wanted to become the top king. That was so that through the years, everyone would still worship him and revere him. But now there was no one. Why won't anyone send me off? Skyforce cried out in pain. The pain in his body could never compare to the pain in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked up into the skies. The former manor lord, his master, was looking down at him with a sneer. His junior apprentice brother was the same, and so was his disciple. He was scared. He regretted it. Was he going to die alone? Interesting. Although my 100 lives lonely soul died, it also allowed the protector to appear. So Tianlin, you don't have to die yet. At this moment, a fierce roar resounded in the air. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wailing and howling. Under countless gazes, a large number of ghosts came from afar. These ghosts were dragging a genius as if they had come from the 9 nether hell. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Who was that? Woo woo woo. Ghost soldiers and ghost generals appeared. At this moment, the sky seemed to have turned into a lunar sun. The second dream of 100 lifetimes lonely souls. In this life I should have once again died alone, becoming the heavenly fiend lonely soul of 101 lifetimes. If I had absorbed it, then my strength would have greatly increased. However, Tianlin, you let the second dream die. You deserved to die. A frightening voice resounded in the sky. However, although the 100 lives lonely soul died, the protector appeared. It was not in vain for me to come here personally. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out as the geniuses finally stopped. The pitch-black curtain slowly opened, causing the 100 ghosts to kneel. Following which, a tall and sturdy figure slowly walked out. This person was wearing a black cloak, and black ghostly chi filled the air around him. His gloomy face gave people a sense of fear. Woo woo woo. At the same time, all the ghost soldiers and ghost generals knelt down. That person seemed to be the Ghost King. Protector. Not bad. According to legend, the 6 great protectors of the 6 saint regions are one of the 72 demon gods. Today I have obtained them. My strength has greatly increased. The tall man looked at the ancient flame devil. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. And you are very lucky to have obtained one of the 72 demon gods. However, to have such a demon god on you is simply a waste. You should give the demon god to me. I am the sect leader of the Thousand Lives Ghost sect, the Third Life Ghost King. Third Life Ghost King. The crowd in the distance gasped. Ghost King? Could it be the king of all ghosts? This person is a foreign expert. The Heavenly Fall era has finally arrived. The 4 clan leaders' faces were solemn. Then they shouted, "Everyone leave the 6 Saint regions." Yes, this person was too strong beyond their imagination. If they did not retreat, they would all be wiped out. This was the agreement they had with Lin Ling. If the enemy was too strong, they would retreat. After all, the rainforest was their home. However, that home was a person, not a place. Soul Seal. Yes, the Third Life Ghost King roared. His body turned into rolling black smoke and appeared in front of the ancient flame devil. He slammed his palm heavily. The terrifying thing was that after this palm appeared, the dark clouds in the sky rolled. The ghosts, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals in the distance all screamed in terror. It was as if their souls were afraid of that seal. The mysterious seal appeared and slammed heavily on the ancient flame devil. The ancient flame devil's huge body flew backward. It's only the 7 tails. The ancient flame devil can't touch me yet. I will seal your soul and make the ancient flame devil an ownerless object. Then I will be able to obtain it. The Third Life Ghost King laughed coldly. Lin Ling. Everyone in the distance shouted worriedly. Heaven and earth were merciless and there were too many variables. They had already seen Lin Ling win a moment ago, and he would once again protect the rainforest's sacred land. However, in the next moment the foreign experts arrived and easily dominated everything. Lin Ling's soul was about to be sealed. Under the ruthless world, the weak were like ants. When the strong were angry, all living things would be plunged into misery and suffering. Leave the rainforest's sacred land. The 4 clan leaders shouted crazily. They could only run. Can you escape? The Third Life Ghost King opened his hands. Endless ghosts flew out from his cloak. They swallowed the clouds as if they were going to devour everyone's soul. You're just a few false mortal realm experts. You don't even have spiritual energy. How dare you call yourself a king in front of me? The Tri-Era Ghost King gently slapped out with his palm, and a cold ghost fog appeared. Even though it was thousands of miles away, it still slammed into the bodies of the 4 clan leaders, causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. So scary. The crowd's eyes were filled with confusion. In their hearts, the 4 clan leaders couldn't even block a single move from the other party. False mortal realm. The 4 clan leaders gritted their teeth as a thought appeared in their minds. It was said that in the outer realm, the real transcendents weren't like them. Those transcendents, in addition to having their mental state sublimated, had a trace of spiritual energy in their bodies. Spiritual energy was the essence of world energy. It could greatly improve one's attack, defense, and speed. It was also a reward given by the world to those who reached the Nirvana realm. But they didn't. Was this the so-called false mortal realm? They didn't belong to the real transcendence. Chapter 1071. The Holy Land's Calamity. The Guardian God descends. All of you. Turn into this senior's ghosts. Kill. He wanted to kill all of them, and use the countless vengeful souls for his own use. Are we all going to die? Yes. Many people muttered to themselves. They were powerless to resist. Their king Lin Ling had his soul sealed. Who could stop this powerful enemy? Kill. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Kill. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted coldly. Although he was not strong, he had seen too many things in his life, so he knew that since death was inevitable, he might as well fight to the death. Ants might be weak, but they had their pride. This was also Lin Ling's belief. He would never lose face for his grandson. Haha, then I'll kill you first, old fart. The 3 Lives Ghost King sneered and pointed with his finger. Rakshasa Demon King Finger. Kill. The finger seemed to open the gates of hell. The giant finger, along with countless ghosts, roared and charged at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded in the sky. A true transcendent was terrifying. Dark Vermilion Butterfly. Kill. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A mysterious butterfly suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The butterfly spread its wings slightly, and strange sword ripples appeared, layer upon layer, as if there were countless swords slashing at the Rakshasa demon king finger. Dang dang dang. Those sword slashes were densely packed and extremely sharp. Every single one of them contained level 5 sword ultimacy. Ugh! Kill! The 3 lives Ghost King frowned. The newcomer was strong, comparable to the kid with the ancient flame devil. Dark butterfly sword. Kill! Another sword slash was unleashed. Like a butterfly flying across the sky, it was dreamy and mysterious. Finally, the gigantic Rakshasa Ghost King finger stopped. Then, under countless gazes, a mysterious black butterfly flew over. On the butterfly, a girl in black stood with a sword in her hand. She stared coldly at the 3 lives Ghost King. Lai Ching. Kill. Among the crowd, and Yuer and Yuman Yun recognized the girl. The latter was an extremely powerful existence among the Holy Sons. She actually came. Today, I'm here to return Lin Ling's favor. The young girl on the butterfly said coldly. She pointed her sword at the 3 eras ghostly king in the distance. Sword chi surged, causing the 3 eras ghostly king to frown. Someone had come to disrupt his plans? Courting death. But it didn't take long for his pupils to narrow. He sensed an ancient aura from the mysterious black butterfly. It was a type of devil chi that came from the darkness. One of the 72 demon gods of the heavens, the dark vermilion butterfly, one of the guardian gods of the 6 great sacred grounds. The 3-era Ghost King spat out. He was extremely surprised. Another guardian deity had appeared. One of the 6 guardian deities, Lin Ling, is one, and that young girl is another. The crowd seemed to have guessed something, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Today, 2 protectors of the Holy Lands had appeared. Good, good, good. Seems that my luck is very good. In one trip I obtained 2 guardian deities. The Trailokia's Ghost King laughed coldly. His smile was filled with satisfaction, as if he had already obtained 2 protectors. Then he growled, "The protectors are strong, but with your strength, do you really think you can control them? Do you really think that's all there is to my attacks?" Woo woo woo. The severed Rakshasa Ghost King finger in the sky was now shot by tens of thousands of ghosts. Like moths to a flame, the Rakshasa Ghost King finger enlarged again, and headed straight for Ancestor Tian and the others. This change caused Lai Qing's beautiful eyes to narrow. She looked at the silent ancient flame devil on the ground and couldn't help but roar, "Lin Ling, wake up! If you don't wake up, your family will all die." But on the ground, the ancient flame devil's soul was sealed, so it stood there motionless. "I hope I'm not late." But at this time, countless white bones floated over. These white bones formed a massive white bone ship that shined with a cold light. And on top of this white bone ship, a young man held a sword in his hand, his aura majestic as he looked down upon the common people of the world. "Bone sword!" shouted the young man in a low voice. The gigantic white bone boat collapsed and transformed into a gigantic white bone sword. The sword ferociously slashed towards the Luosha demon king finger. That sword was filled with murderous intent. It was filled with an extremely strong destructive chi. Gotcha! What was terrifying was that the sword cut through countless ghosts, turning the Rakshasa Ghost King finger into ashes. Wisps of ghosts floated in all directions. Then the white bone sword collapsed again, forming an ancient demon god as large as the ancient flame devil, the white bone devil god. The crowd quieted down. There were too many experts here today, as if all the taboos in the world had appeared. That is Heavenly Sovereign Bone Saint. On the Rainforest Holy Land's side, many elders trembled. They knew the white bone devil god too well, because that was their Rainforest Holy Land's guardian god, Heavenly Sovereign Bone Saint. Then, many of the Rainforest Holy Land's people's faces changed dramatically. Today, the 6 Saint region's great calamity, the 3 guardian gods had appeared. Just as the rumors said, the guardian gods would come when the 6 Saint region's great calamity, and they saw that those who had the guardian gods were all from the younger generation. They were the ones who held up the sky of the 6 Saint regions. "He's back." Elder Jian looked at the young man on the white bone devil god with excitement, and tears finally came out. "I'm back." On the white-boned devil god, the youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. That arrogant and unruly face of the past once again appeared in front of the world. He was Sakura. Linling, wake up. At this moment, there was a tinge of anxiousness in Sakura's eyes as he looked coldly at the ancient flame devil who had sunk into silence. However, the ancient flame devil remained motionless. 3 tutelary deities have appeared. The Trail Era's Ghost King was surprised, but he was not afraid. Although the 72 demonic gods in the sky were extremely terrifying, it was obvious that the person controlling the demonic gods was just a young man. His strength had not matured yet, so he could not stop him. 10,000 ghosts set out, exterminating all living things. The Tri-Era Ghost King roared and opened his arms. More ghosts rushed out from his cloak. These were all disciples of the Thousand-Era Ghost sect. They were just being carried by him. Kill. Countless martial artists who cultivated the Ghost Dao appeared. Every punch and palm was filled with ferocious ghost chi, shocking the world. You and I will stop them. Sakura frowned, then looked at Lai Qing on the butterfly in the distance and said, No need. I will fight the Trail Era's Ghost King with you. They will naturally be protected. Lai Qing's face was still cold. After saying that, she stepped on the dark vermilion butterfly and rushed toward the Trail Era's Ghost King. Sakura's eyes flickered. Looking at Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others behind him, he finally gritted his teeth and shot toward the Trail Era's Ghost King. The Heavenly Fall Era has finally arrived. We have been paying attention to the 6 Saint regions, but we did not expect it to start in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Stop the enemy. Everyone, leave the Rainforest Sacred Land. Bodhi Saint Palace has arrived. Chapter 1072. 72 Demon Gods and Yuer Yuman Yun. How is Linling? Come. Among the crowd, a handsome young man looked at Yuer and Yuman Yun. He was Yanggon, the young man who fought side by side with Linling in the ancient tomb. Among them were saint princes such as Dian Tong and Shi Zhuo. Everyone is here. Come. Yuer and Yuman Yun looked at each other. Their eyes were moist. They thought that everyone was going to die, but in the end everyone was here. We're here to return Linling's favor. Come. Dian Tong looked at Yuer and the others and smiled. All the saint princes smiled as well. Their blood began to boil. In the great battle of the ancient tomb, Linling had led them to resist the foreign cultivators and even saved everyone. Today they were once again fighting side by side with Linling. This feeling made them very excited. This was the honor of fighting as a team. Fight. Come. Yuer and the others nodded heavily. I'm stronger than them, so I'll fight the Ghost King with Lai Qing and the others. Yanggon smiled and looked at Ancestor Tian, Linling's grandfather. Linling saved my life in the past. Today, as long as Linling doesn't retreat, I won't retreat. Come. Swoosh. After he finished speaking, he flew towards the Tri-Era Ghost King. His words excited the people of the Fire Ancient clan. These people were all here for Linling. How could Linling make so many people respond to his call and make all the experts of the 6 Saint regions fight for him? Dian Tong, Shi Zhuo, and the other Saint Prince's eyes were filled with jealousy. That kid got lucky. Come. Under countless gazes, Yanggon was like a saint descending. His body emitted a sacred light. He waved his right hand and a 7-colored gourd appeared. Then he struck out a mysterious seal. Sorry, I'm also one of the 6 guardian gods. 7 treasures golden reed. The crowd's eyes widened. Another guardian deity? Moreover, it didn't seem to be in the form of a desolate beast, but a guardian god in the form of a divine weapon. With this, 4 guardian gods had appeared in the 6 sacred realms. Linling was the ancient flame demon. Sakura was the bone saint Empyrean. Lai Qing was the dark vermilion butterfly, and Yanggon was the 7 treasure golden reed. These people of the younger generation were all geniuses. Maybe we can win. The 4 patriarchs and Ancestor Tian shouted excitedly. Every time the Holy Land faced a great calamity, the protectors would appear. Today 4 protectors had appeared. Although all of this was like a dream, if Linling could obtain a protector, the others would naturally have their own opportunities. Our 6 saint realms are truly united today. In the sky, in addition to a large number of holy sons, there were many ancient masters. They were the top masters of the 6 saint realms. Among them, the current Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace was also present. Many people in the Rainforest Holy Land looked up to that man. Was that the legendary Holy King? In addition to the Holy King, the Holy King of the other saint realms had also come. At this moment their hearts all calmed down. That man is the Holy King? Rainmaster Mo Ping looked excitedly at the black-robed man in the sky. He finally had the chance to meet the legendary figure. The Holy King was stronger than them. He should have reached the true transcendent realm. Chi-Chi. At this very moment after the rainbow-colored gourd appeared, the endless spiritual chi in the sky was sucked in, forming a vortex. The opening of the gourd was extremely dazzling, and a destructive shockwave shot towards the 3 eras ghostly king. The 3 eras ghostly king frowned. More and more guardian deities had appeared. Dark North Demon God, if you don't appear, I will take all of these protectors for myself. Boom! Facing the terrifying shockwave, the 3 era ghost king's face was still calm. He seemed to know that he was not the only one who had come to the Rainforest Holy Land. Hehe, I'm just watching the show. What's more, the person controlling the 3 protectors is only a youth. He hasn't matured yet. There's no way you can't stop him. Boom! A faint laughter drifted out. On the ground, on the rocks and mountains, a large number of figures quietly appeared. These people were all dressed in white robes. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were as beautiful as fairies. Under the lead of a middle-aged man, they slowly walked over. They seemed to have been here for a long time, but had not appeared. They were just watching the show from the sidelines. In other words, they were waiting for the protectors to appear. Whether it was the second dream or Heaven Forest, their existence was to wait for the protectors to appear. And now they had waited. If not for the death of the second dream, Lin Ling would not have exposed the ancient flame devil. Everything was going according to their plan. These people were from the Dark North Demon territory. The person in the lead was an existence comparable to the 3 era Ghost King. Dark North Demon God. Rumble. At the same time, the 3 era Ghost King used a mysterious martial art with both hands. It was as if he had opened the gates of hell, causing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to appear. He blocked the light of Yanggon's 7 treasures golden reed, and then casually faced the attacks of the 3 protectors. The 3 era Ghost King has been in the cycle of reincarnation for 3 lifetimes. 3 lifetimes of martial arts, 3 lifetimes of martial arts. As expected of a Ghost King. Dark North Demon God was not surprised by the 3 era Ghost King's strength. The latter had recultivated for 3 lifetimes, which meant that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes more than an ordinary expert. How could he be weak? Beside him stood a young man who was about 18 years old. He was also dressed in a white robe and had an elegant demeanor. His long hair was a bewitching purple. At this moment he was looking forward with a faint smile. There are quite a lot of beauties in this rural area of the rainforest. Sierra, do you want the 4 protectors? Dark North Demon God asked calmly. The purple-haired young man smiled and nodded. I want the protector of the Firefox. It's a bit evil and just right for me. Hehe, good. It's yours. Dark North Demon God's eyes shone with a doting light as he nodded slightly. What? There are foreign experts. As for the Rainforest Holy Land, everyone's expression changed drastically. Previously, they had Saint Kings and other strong cultivators, and 4 protectors had appeared. They had thought that they would be able to stop the enemy, but who would have thought that there would be strong cultivators from other regions? Moreover, those strong cultivators were even more sinister. They had arrived a long time ago, but they had been slowly watching the show from afar. Everything they had done was to make the protectors appear. These experts were toying with them like cats. The 72 demonic gods in the sky are strong, but you can't stop me right now. Unless all 6 of your protectors come. At this very moment, the 3 lives Ghost King cackled from the ground that was riddled with holes. He spread out his hands and a mysterious esoteric world appeared. Let me show you my innate saint physique. Come back. Endless ghostly chi filled the air, and shadows appeared on the ground and in the sky. They were the people Lin Ling had killed before. They were actually resurrected. What kind of power was this? It could actually summon the dead. Chapter 1073. Fifth Guardian of the Holy Land. This youth wasn't old, but the viciousness in his heart was even thicker than that of a martial artist who had cultivated for hundreds of years. It had to be known that there were millions of lives in the rainforest Holy Land, but in his mouth they weren't even worth mentioning. Kill them but leave all the women behind. I want to use them for cultivation, especially those few that are devastatingly beautiful. The purple-haired young man shouted again. His martial arts seemed to be related to women, so he did not let any of them go. His gaze landed on Yu and the other girls, and then he licked his lips. Kill! The warriors of the Northern Dark Territory shouted coldly and rushed toward the rainforest's sacred land. Now that the Northern Dark North Territory had joined forces with the Tri-Era Ghost King, the situation in the rainforest sacred land was not looking good. Let me help you. Sakura had the deepest feelings for the rainforest, and he immediately shouted coldly. There's no need for that. The three of you should focus on suppressing the Three Lives Ghost King. We'll hold them back. At this time, the Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace said indifferently. He then looked at the people of the rainforest sacred ground and said, Everyone, leave the 6 saint regions. The experts here are too strong. This is all I can do. The people of the rainforest Holy Land were excited. The legendary Holy King was too mysterious. They had never seen him before, but today they knew that on the day of the Holy Land's calamity, the Holy King would stand up and protect them. Leave the rainforest. Everyone shouted loudly. They couldn't win, so they could only leave. Can you escape? Cold laughter came from the Northern Dark Nether region. All the holy princes were stunned. They were the top geniuses of the Holy Lands. If they didn't fight, who would? Kill! Under Great Expansion Eye's furious roar, all the holy sons went out to battle. They are saving us. The eyes of Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others became moist. They gritted their teeth and took a deep look at their home. Then they led the group away. Today, foreign enemies were pressuring them, and they had no choice but to leave their homeland. This process seemed simple, but everyone's hearts were heavy. After all, this was the place where they had been born and raised. They were reluctant to leave, but they were certain that one day, under the leadership of the new king of the 6 sacred regions, they would make a comeback. Why aren't you attacking, evil god Dark North? The third-generation Ghost King said in a low voice when he saw a large number of people retreating from the rainforest Holy Land. It's not my turn to attack them. If they can escape, then it's their fortune. If they can't, then they'll die. He couldn't be bothered to do anything. In fact, he and the violet-haired young man even sat down, sipping wine as they watched the carnage unfold. You are as evil as ever. No one can see through you. However, if you don't want to kill them, I will. After I subdue the 3 guardian deities, everyone here will die. Black clouds gushed out from the 3 Lives Ghost King's body and covered the sky, making it hard for Sakura and the rest to resist. Although they were divine protectors, they were still too young and couldn't display the power of a divine protector unless all of them appeared. However, this was simply impossible. At present, being able to find 4 divine protectors was already a great blessing. Rumble. The surging attacks were like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, causing a huge vortex to appear in the sky above the rainforest. The retreating crowd's pupils constricted. They knew in their hearts that those experts were blocking the incoming enemies to buy time for them. Mingyun, it's time for you to display your strength. At this moment, over at the Water Moon Holy Land, the people of Tai martial sect were also there. One of them, an old woman, looked at Yumanyun and made Yumanyun and Anuer softly greet her as master. Turn into a demon. The old woman looked at the 2 girls dotingly and then said to Yumanyun. Yumanyun hesitated for a moment before nodding in the end. Rumble. The ancient sealed door appeared, and a huge white armored snake slowly slithered out. This snake was extremely beautiful, as if it had a mind of its own. There were 2 horns on its forehead, which made many people puzzled. What exactly was that? Father, I want this girl, okay? At this moment, the violet-haired young man was eating grapes. His eyes immediately revealed a hint of excitement. Tisk tsk. This game is getting more and more fun. Just like the book said, People can unleash their potential in times of crisis and unleash everything they have. Now, another guardian god has appeared. Evil god North Darkness smiled gently. His smile was filled with excitement. Today's luck was pretty good. Before the other experts arrived, he had actually found so many of the 72 demon gods. Okay, this girl is yours. Then, evil god North Darkness nodded. Rumble. At this moment, the white snake finally slithered out of the sealed door, emitting an aura that made all living beings in the world revere it. In midair, Yuman Yun's clothes seemed to be torn apart. Her seductive body shot towards the beautiful white snake. At the same time, the old woman looked deeply at Yuman Yun and Inuer. Disciples, Master can only help you up to this point. Life essence unseal. The old woman's hands kept dancing. Every time she moved, essence blood floated out and condensed in midair, turning into a mysterious symbol. Finally, it slapped towards the beautiful white snake. Chi. Chi. The white snake's body trembled as if something had been unsealed. An incomparably sacred white light bloomed, and the snake transformed into a dragon. An exquisite white dragon with white scales and 2 dragon horns on its head appeared. This dragon was extremely holy, as if it was the most beautiful dragon in the world. It roared angrily and white light bloomed like ripples. Doors opened under the ground, and a huge beast walked out from each door. The Water Moon Holy Land's guardian god. The Great Illusion White Dragon King. Mingyun, this dragon is as beautiful as you. The old woman smiled as if she was looking at the proudest masterpiece in her life. Finally, her body shattered and turned into ashes. The Great Illusion White Dragon King was a secret of the Water Moon Holy Land, and it had long since been discovered by Yu Mingyun. It was just that these powerhouses had not announced it to the public. If they wanted to unseal the Great Illusion White Dragon King, they would need the old woman to sacrifice her life. Master. As she looked at the fallen old woman, tears flowed from Inuer's beautiful eyes. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. In today's great calamity, those ancient powerhouses had used their spines to block the tribulation clouds that pressed down from the sky. Woo-woo. The beautiful White Dragon King also let out a sobbing sound as tears flowed out from her clear eyes. Mingyun, don't let your master down. Kill the enemy. On the Water Moon Holy Land side, many experts roared. This caused the White Dragon King to look angrily at the 3 Lives Ghost King. Following that, she led the mighty demonic beast army over. The 4 guardian deities want to fight me? Unfortunately, they are still lacking. The Great Illusion White Dragon King is said to be able to summon ancient desolate beasts at its peak. Now it can only summon weak demonic beasts. There are only a few ferocious beasts. The 3 Lives Ghost King smiled faintly. He was still fearless. Kill. The 4 guardian deities moved out one after another to suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. You must win. Chapter 1074. Lin Ling had awakened. Fight. Rumble. Ghost Chi and Spirit Chi surged. The surging attacks shook the mountains and rivers, causing the earth to crack. However, even with the appearance of the 4 guardian gods, they still couldn't suppress the 3 Lives Ghost King. Datura Flower. A mysterious martial art appeared in his right hand. The Datura Flower from the Bridge of Helplessness appeared and blasted towards Sakura. Then the 3 Lives Ghost King looked at the Great Illusion White Dragon King. He knew that this guardian god who could summon monsters was the most difficult to deal with. I'll seal your soul first and obtain the Great Illusion White Dragon King. The 3 Lives Ghost King's eyes were filled with greed. Among the 72 demon gods there were strong and weak ones. Among them, the Great Illusion White Dragon King was ranked very high. He was even stronger than the Dark Vermilion Butterfly and the other guardian gods. Pop! 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 The pitch-black palm struck out, causing the sky to change color. A huge gray stone tablet appeared in midair and pressed down on the Great Illusion White Dragon King. 3 words were engraved on the tablet. Soul Seal. Yuman Yun, watch out. On the Dark Vermilion Butterfly, Lai Qing anxiously shouted. However, at this moment, the White Dragon King's monsters were fighting against those who had been resurrected. These people were also very powerful. There was the Barbarian King, the Scholar, and the Palace Lords. Therefore, Yuman Yun couldn't be distracted. Save her. The various saint kings all roared furiously. The guardian deity was their final trump card. If it was sealed, then they could only lose. Moreover, the guardian deity was the light of dawn. All of them could die, but the guardian deity of the younger generation could not die, because it was the soul of the 6 saint realms. In your dreams, the cultivators of the northern dark territory blocked the Holy King. There were many strong cultivators among them, and there were more than 100 transcendent realm first-layer cultivators. No one could save Yu Yun. At this moment, Yu and the others were also fighting against the strong cultivators. However, at this moment they all had tears in their eyes. Was Yu Yun going to die in front of them? Linling, you said that you would protect everyone. What are you doing now? Yu suddenly shouted. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was still silent on the ground. The young man who had blocked all the storms for them in the past seemed to be tired now. He seemed to have finally collapsed. Those women are all calling Linling. That young man from before made me very uncomfortable. The purple-haired youth said coldly. All the women he liked were called Linling. This made him extremely jealous because he felt that all the beauties in this world belonged to him, the northern heretic. Linling, Dream Clouds is about to die. If you don't stand up now, you'll regret it. The heavenly concubine, Qin Xiaolan, and Yuer, and the others all shouted at the ancient flame devil. They also knew that Linling was tired. At the moment when countless strong cultivators were pressuring them, it was the handsome young man who blocked everything. Therefore, the young man was qualified to rest if he was tired. However, this was not the time to rest. Voices were of no help to Linling at all. However, at this moment, the long-haired young man on the ancient flame devil's body slightly moved his eyelashes. In his soul sea, the ancient gray stone tablet bloomed with dazzling light and sealed his soul. However, he could faintly hear the cries of his women, of his relatives, of everyone calling out to him. Patriarch Extreme Flame Yu, the 4 clan chiefs. There were far too many people calling out to him. How can I be sealed here? Break for me. At this moment, monstrous waves appeared in the vast soul sea, crazily crashing against the ancient soul sealing tablet. It was like an ocean crashing against a rock. Although it was weak and insignificant, it would eventually penetrate the rock. Nothing was impossible. It all depended on whether Linling would do it or not. Just like his life, no matter what kind of danger he faced, he never gave up. Rumble. Finally, above the vast soul sea, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a primordial heavenly venerate, coldly looking at the soul-sealing tablet. This gaze saw through all life in the universe and saw through the long river of time. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the soul-sealing tablet finally cracked, turning into a large amount of rubble that fell into the soul sea. At the same time, the soul-sealing tombstone was moving towards the White Dragon King. The 3-era Ghost King laughed coldly, for protectors had appeared. To be honest, the 3-era Ghost King was a little afraid. If all the protectors had come, he might have had to avoid them, but now he could seal one protector. Rumble. The soul-sealing tablet was already in sight. The White Dragon King raised his head, his clear eyes narrowing. Soul-sealing tablet. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Under countless gazes, the sleeping ancient flame devil finally woke up. It turned into a flaming meteor and appeared before the White Dragon King. Its huge claws slammed down heavily. The most frightening thing was that in the center of the claws, a mysterious soul-sealing imprint appeared and clashed heavily with the soul-sealing tablet. Rumble. Soul-sealing tablet against soul-sealing tablet. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the soul-sealing tablet from the 3-life ghostly king, and it finally exploded. Chi-chi. Endless flames burned the heavens at this moment. The huge body of the fire fox looked at everyone as if it was looking down on the world. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Linling had awakened. At this moment, the 5 guardian gods had gathered. Linling. After a short moment of silence, cheers came from the sacred ground of the rainforest. Linling had awakened. This was the return of the king. The 6 holy kings smiled slightly. That little guy was indeed like a cockroach. Every time there was a great calamity, he would step through it and make a comeback. No wonder we have been watching them for so long. The holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace smiled faintly. He had never met Linling, but in truth, He had been secretly watching Lin Ling. He had also personally witnessed that tenacious youth rise step by step. It was a strange feeling, as if he was watching his own junior grow up. And Lin Ling was everything to the sacred ground of the rainforest. He was everyone's hope. How is this possible? The three-life ghostly king's eyes narrowed. That youth had actually broken his soul-sealing tablet. The most frightening thing was that the youth had not only broken his soul-sealing tablet, but also learned it. In fact, it was even stronger than his soul-sealing tablet. Could it be that the youth's soul power was stronger than his? One had to know that he had recultivated for 3 lifetimes. His soul power was the sum of all 3 lifetimes. 5 guardian gods attack. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. His eyes were still as cold as ever, but they were filled with determination. The huge ancient flame devil shot towards the 3-life ghostly king. His attack caused the other 4 guardian gods to be filled with fighting spirit, and they all pounced on him. Lin Ling is the guardian god king. The crowd watched the earth-shattering battle, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Rumble! The 5 guardian gods attacked at the same time. The flames of slaughter, the sword energy of destruction, the bones of silence, the light of hope, and the demonic beasts of the common people finally suppressed the 3-life ghostly king. Bastard! The 3-life ghostly king's face was extremely ugly. After the little guy named Lin Ling woke up, he had a mysterious power that changed the situation of the battle. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. It was a kind of momentum that would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Oh! Chapter 1075. Demon Sealing Seal. It should be noted that a single guardian god, such as the ancient flame devil, was enough to force Yen to dodge in the past. Now that the 5 guardian gods were gathered, they represented slaughter, destruction, nirvana, hope, and life respectively. Their attack power was not as simple as one plus the other. The 3 lives Ghost King was naturally forced to retreat. He's just an ant from the countryside. What qualifications does he have to be arrogant? Father, I'll go and meet him. At this moment, the purple-haired young man from evil god Bei Ming's side took a step forward and shot towards the ancient flame demon. Despicable! Many people from the rainforest Holy Land shouted angrily. Previously, evil god Bei Ming and his son were like otherworldly masters who disdained to make a move. However, after Lin Ling woke up and the 5 guardian gods suppressed the 3 lives Ghost King, they immediately went back on their words and attacked when they saw that the situation was not good. These masters could never be trusted. You're bullying us with your numbers. You're too shameless. However, what angered everyone was that the purple-haired young man pretended to be prejudiced and said that the 5 guardian gods were bullying them with their numbers. The purple-haired young man rushed over with his transcendent strength, causing a large patch of purple to appear in the sky. Lin Ling's cold eyes finally moved. His eyes were calm, but there was an indescribable anger in them. The purple-haired young man's eyes narrowed. In that short moment he was actually a little afraid. This was a great humiliation for him. Evolving the universe, controlling life and death, controlling illusion and destruction. Great purple heaven cloud palm. Hung long long. In midair, the clouds rolled over and formed a huge palm that slammed towards the ancient flame demon. This palm had reached the 7th level of martial profundity. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! On the ground, Lin Ling's heart moved. The ancient flame demon gave up on the 3 lives Ghost King and rushed towards Tianxian's huge palm. For him, today's enemies were all cruel and unscrupulous. They looked down on human life, so it didn't matter who he fought first. Chi. The 7 tails swept fiercely and slashed towards the cloud palm like sickles. Then with a clang like the sound of metal colliding, the thick cloud palm was split into 7 pieces. Amazing! Lin Ling's control of the guardian is even stronger than the others. The 6 Holy King were all shocked. Among all the protectors, Lin Ling was probably the strongest. This strength came from his familiarity with the ancient flame devil. Of course, they did not know that this was not the first time Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was like Lin Ling's right hand. In the sky, the purple-haired northern heretic's expression changed. He did not expect Lin Ling's ancient flame devil to be so powerful. In his eyes, the huge body was already charging towards him. It was ruthless and murderous, and its claws swept over. So fast! Northern Evil shouted in a low voice as he spread out his hands. Cold evil chi. Evil chi gushed out, and if it touched a Holy Spirit realm expert, it could make them lose their mind and kill them in the end. The purple evil chi protected Northern Evil like a dragon against the ancient flame devil. Unfortunately, the ancient flame devil was no weaker than Northern Evil. Die for me! Lin Ling shouted coldly. The ancient flame devil's huge claws swept out and swept away all the evil chi. Northern Evil's expression changed again as he shouted, Evil Shadow Doppelganger. Poochie! The powerful claws swept out, but two Northern Evil boys appeared in the sky. One of them was torn to pieces while the other disappeared. At the same time, the purple-haired boy appeared on the ground with an ugly expression. In the sky, a strand of purple hair drifted down with the wind, causing the whole battlefield to fall silent. Although Northern Heretic dodged quickly, the ancient flame demon still managed to injure him, cutting off a strand of his long hair. One had to know that Northern Heretic came from the powerful sacred domain, and had reached the transcendent realm at such a young age. Even the patriarchs of the 4 great clans would have to face him in the underworld, but Lin Ling was able to injure him. This undoubtedly raised the morale of the Rainforest Holy Land. You're very lucky. On the ground, Northern Evil's expression was ugly. He had dodged quickly before, otherwise, he would have been injured. It was a great shame that a puny country boy could injure him. Of course, he didn't say that Lin Ling was able to injure him. He just said that Lin Ling was very lucky. You foreign masters joined forces to wipe out the 6 sacred domains, but you won. That's a wheel that represents the ruthlessness of heaven and earth. You can't blame us because we deserve to die. However, we joined forces to resist, so in your words we were bullying you with numbers. You came from a powerful sacred domain, so you attacked me. If you won, you're a genius and we're trash, but if you lost, you're saying that I was lucky. Are foreign geniuses also thick-skinned? In the sky, Lin Ling looked coldly at the boy at his feet. His sarcastic voice drifted out like the wind, cutting into Northern Evil's heart like a sword. His face instantly turned pale. Shame, this shame was even greater. Haha. On the other side of the 6 holy kings' side, mocking laughter rang out like a wave. Even the 3 Lives Ghost King looked coldly at Lin Ling. This young man was even more difficult to deal with than the other guardian gods. Previously, the 3 Lives Ghost King had managed to seal Lin Ling's soul by surprise, but in the end he had failed. Now he wanted to see how the top genius from the Northern Dark Evil territory would fight against the puny youth from the 6 sacred domains. I'm thick-skinned? Today I'll stand here and let you see how you can shake me. Come at me, puny country boy. Northern Evil's long hair fluttered wildly. He couldn't tolerate a country boy looking down on him and mocking him. He was the son of the Northern Dark Evil God, a first-layer transcendent realm genius. Lin Ling took a deep breath. In all fairness, the other party was indeed very strong. If he didn't have the ancient flame devil, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Even with the ancient flame devil, it would take a lot of effort to kill the other party. The other party had a mysterious evil chi protecting his body. It seemed his innate talent wasn't weak, perhaps even surpassing the king physique. However, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he had to fight. There was no way out, so Lin Ling didn't think about his own safety. He just wanted to fight. Shio! Flame shot towards the ground like a meteor. In midair, the ancient flame devil's huge claw slammed down. An ant will always be an ant. I was just playing with you before. This time I'm serious. On the ground, Northern Evil's purple hair fluttered in the wind. He was full of domineering and evil chi, as if he was the king of evil. In the next moment, purple chi erupted from his body and intertwined into a dragon, turning into an ancient evil god. The evil god opened his eyes and looked towards the world. This was a saint physique. The mighty evil chi rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's mind to sink, as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep. This evil chi was too terrifying. When it comes to geniuses, the 6 sacred regions will never lose to anyone else. Lin Ling bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up, his eyes burning even more fiercely. Soul-sealing seal. In his mind, an extremely ancient soul martial skill appeared. It was the soul-sealing seal of the 3-era Ghost King, but it was even more terrifying than the 3-era Ghost King's soul-sealing seal. The one who controlled this soul-sealing seal came from the broken stone tablet in the Spirit Sea. Chapter 1076. Sorry for the wait. On the ground, Northern Heretic's heart trembled violently. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling in terms of strength and cultivation realm. However, he was a little afraid when it came to soul power. The gigantic stone tablet smashing down from the sky made him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He couldn't even move. This kid has really learned my soul-sealing seal. And it's even bigger than my soul-sealing seal. 3 Lives Ghost King sucked in a breath of cold air. How could that young man's soul power be so strong? This was beyond logic. Sierra, be careful. Right at this moment, a beam of purple light shot through the sky and picked up Northern Demon. In the next moment it vanished on the spot. Basia was saved. Rumble. At the same time the stone steel smashed down, causing the ground to shake. Countless souls trembled violently, and they were dazed for an entire breath of time. The soul attack was indeed terrifying, and even the people far away were affected. If the stone steel smashed into Northern Demon's body, no matter how strong he was, his soul would be shattered into pieces. Lin Ling was truly powerful. Using the ancient flame demon to protect his body, he was able to use his soul force attack, a power that could even injure a transcendent realm master. On the ground, the gigantic body of the ancient flame devil appeared. Lin Ling looked into the distance with disappointment in his eyes. In the end, Northern Demon still managed to escape. Lin Ling then laughed coldly. Before this, you were just playing with me and I was lucky enough to injure you. But why are you asking for help now? You people from the powerful Saint realms are truly shameless. In the distance, Northern Heretic's face was extremely ferocious. He had thought that once he attacked, teaching Lin Ling a lesson would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had been defeated in 2 moves. He had to run away in disgrace. He, a genius, had lost all face. You shut up. Evil North roared furiously. Your previous pride has disappeared. Instead, you're angry out of humiliation? On the ground, Lin Ling chuckled. His casual rebuttal made Northern Demon's eyes turn red. His arrogance had indeed disappeared. Sierra, there's no need to waste words on people who are about to die. 3rd generation Ghost King, are you going to make a move? If you don't, then I will. If I can get rid of these 5 guardian gods, then I want 4 guardian gods. The wretch god Dark North barked coldly. He had finally decided to make a move. Off in the distance, the eyes of the 3 Lives Ghost King flickered. He wanted more protectors. But then he smiled sinisterly and nodded. Fine. If you can deal with them, I only want 1 protector. Previously, he had fought against the 5 guardian gods. He knew that when the 5 guardian gods worked together, their power and battle prowess were extremely terrifying. Evil god Northsea's strength was on the same level as him. He knew that it would be difficult for evil god Northsea to defeat the guardian gods unless the 2 of them worked together. Alright, those 4 guardian deities are mine. The evil god of Dark North's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke in a domineering and confident manner. If all 6 of the guardian gods had come, then I, the evil god of Dark North, would have had to dodge their attacks. But 5 of them are nothing. He gently raised his palm, and an even greater amount of evil chi condensed. It was vast and mighty, forming a mysterious evil chi world. Art of the evil god, a noble thought. He struck out with his palm. Without any complicated martial arts, he could crush everything with just his strength. Attack! At this moment, the 5 protectors were resonating in their hearts. It was as if they had fought side by side since ancient times, resulting in an innate tacit understanding. Moreover, each of them represented a world. They represented slaughter, nirvana, hope, and so on. After joining forces, their world became even larger. This was the guardian gods' human formation. Whoosh! 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 The guardian gods landed behind the ancient flame devil, shining with dazzling light. The ancient flame devil's fox mouth burned with colorful flames. Flame of the guardian gods. Boom! With the power of the 5 guardian gods, a flame that looked like the origin of fire shot out, stirring the world. It was as if Pangu was splitting open the sky. At the same time, the evil god of Dark Northsea's pupils constricted. He only realized how terrifying the guardian gods were after personally fighting. The giant palm in front of him cracked and emitted green smoke, as if it was being burned. Evil King Ten Disaster's sword. At this critical moment, the evil god of Dark North Sea pulled the void with his right hand, and a long purple sword appeared. The sword was thousands of miles long, and it was extremely shocking. Evil world slaying. He slashed out fiercely, and the evil energy carried with it a destructive aura, as if he wanted to kill all living things in the world. Boom! At this time, the gorgeous and colorful flames finally shot over. Those flames were like pillars, but they continued to spiral, suppressing an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, they pierced through that huge palm and started to resist the evil king's 10 tribulations sword. Pop! 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 On the ground, a sword blocked the raging flame pillar, and it was a shocking sight. So powerful. After Lin Ling and the others joined forces, their strength increased several times. If the 6 guardian gods appeared, we might not have to die today. Many people were excited. The guardian gods were indeed the totems of the 6 saint regions. Many geniuses looked at Lin Ling, and at this moment, their hearts were filled with deep admiration. The earth was pressing down, and the experts of the older generation were helpless. The new generation of geniuses blocked the heavenly tribulation and became the star of the world. How could they, as the younger generation, not yearn for such a dazzling moment? Unfortunately, yearning was yearning. Many of them could not do it, but Lin Ling could. The guardian god's inheritance battle technique. At this moment, evil god North Darkness's face was extremely ugly. He had underestimated the guardian god's joint forces. Break! For emotions returned to 1. In the end, evil god North Darkness unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying flame pillar was split into 2, and the sword radiance did not stop, as if the sky was also split into 2. His strength was truly terrifying. Is this what you mean by, not worth mentioning? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out from the ground, and evil god North Darkness narrowed his eyes. Not worth mentioning. Now, he did not dare to say that. No wonder the 3 Lives Ghost King asked him to fight. It turned out that he knew how difficult it was to deal with the guardian gods. You're the same as your son, shameless and disgraceful. Sakura, Yonggon, and the others sneered, and the anger that evil god North Darkness had just extinguished was ignited again. Moreover, as his aura weakened, the 6 Saint King's side rose steadily, and killed many martial artists of the Dark North regions. You're just borrowing the power of the guardian gods. Without the guardian gods, you're just ants in the countryside. Evil god North Darkness snorted coldly. However, you're too arrogant. You've only won a small battle, and you think you can suppress me? Unless the 6 guardian gods gather together. Is that so? Then aren't you also borrowing the power of the outer regions? If you grew up in the 6 saint regions, you're just an ant. In the face of the arrogant voice of the evil god of North Darkness, Lin Ling only smiled coldly. To the evil god of North Darkness, this kind of attitude was undoubtedly more infuriating than his defeat. After all, he was clearly just an ant, but he dared to disregard him, the emperor of millions. You mean the 6 guardian gods? Lin Ling said indifferently, and then smiled. Sorry, I've waited for a long time, but it's a long journey, so I've kept you waiting. Kept you waiting. Chapter 1077. The Descent of King Yaksha. One of the 6 guardian deities is the Yaksha king, but his whereabouts are unknown. Why do you say we've been waiting for a long time? The Trailera's ghost king also frowned. Chi. At the same time, the ground behind the northern darkness evil god started to tremble. It was as if something terrifying was awakening from its slumber. The oppressive atmosphere made the northern darkness evil god's heart sink. What exactly was approaching? Unfortunately, his gaze was locked onto Lin Ling and the others, and he did not pay attention to what was behind him. It's here. Finally, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Boom! The ground exploded as a gigantic fiend celestial charged out from the ground. His massive fist was accompanied by gale force winds as he viciously smashed it toward the evil god. What? Evil god North Deep narrowed his eyes. He wanted to block the attack, but it was too late. He was hit by the terrifying power, and his body flew backward like a kite. He smashed heavily into the ground thousands of miles away. The power of that power made people gasp. Roar! Under countless gazes, the pitch-black demonic god with chilling fangs appeared before everyone's eyes. His burly body was like a mountain, and billowing murderous aura emanated from him, causing many people's eyes to widen as a terrifying thought occurred to them. The Yaksha king had arrived. Instantly the entire place fell silent. This was the gathering of the 6 guardian gods. The great calamity of the 6 holy domains, the guardian gods have gathered. The 6 holy kings were incomparably excited. Finally they were all here. Sorry I'm late. At the same time, the Yaksha king spoke in a low voice, and then he strode towards the 5 guardian gods like a giant. His voice sounded familiar, but the murderous aura he emitted was very unfamiliar to them. Big brother, I didn't expect to fight alongside you today. Yaksha king bellowed again, causing Sakra's pupils to constrict. Big brother? This guardian deity called him Big Brother? Who owned it? Today the guardian gods have gathered. We will do our best to stop the enemy and teach them a lesson. We would rather die than live in dishonor. Yaksha king said to the people from the rainforest holy land. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Familiar, this was too familiar. The extreme flame ancestor, the 4 patriarchs, and the others all felt their hearts tremble violently as they looked at Lin Ling on the ancient flame devil. A terrifying thought arose in their minds, but they weren't too sure. Where did you come from? The holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace sucked in a cold breath. I am Lin Ling. The Yaksha king finally raised his head. His deep voice shocked everyone. It was Lin Ling. The Yaksha king was Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had obtained 2 guardian gods. Everyone's eyes widened as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. However, when they looked at the Yaksha king's eyes, they found that they were very familiar. It was the kind of aura that would rather die than live in dishonor. And this was the conviction of their banner, Lin Ling. Lin Ling. His roar shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, the guardian deity King Lin Ling's name was well deserved. Haha, second brother, you've always made Big Brother unable to see through you. Big Brother originally wanted to release the guardian deity to make you, this brat, envious. Who knew that you have 2 guardian deities? Sakura was astonished and couldn't help but shout out. The other guardian deities also became spirited. Lin Ling was like their leader, forever leading them forward. Kill. 2 voices floated out at the same time. It was the Yaksha king and the ancient flame devil. Their powerful auras made the northern darkness evil god, and the 3-era ghost king extremely wary. That little brat actually had 2 guardian deities. Shio. Shio. The ancient flame devil was the fastest. It turned into flames, but it didn't pounce on the 3-era ghost king. Instead, it pounced on the old man hiding in the ruins. At this moment Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Although he was in a deep sleep, he heard the words of the 3-era ghost king. He knew that Mansion Master Tian Lin was also a pawn. The real mastermind was the 3-era ghost king. The second dream was a lonely soul of 100 lifetimes. She was raised by the 3-era ghost king, and the function of the second dream was to become the 3-era ghost king's nourishment. No wonder the second dream always had a kind of sadness. Perhaps she knew her fate. This was the game of the strong, and the sorrow of the weak. Tianlin, you can die now. Lin Ling roared. His gaze fell on the smiling Tianlin in the distance. When the 3-era ghost king came, Tianlin was lucky enough to survive. But now Lin Ling had to kill Tianlin. At this moment Tianlin maintained his smile. Although he wasn't afraid of death, it was better to live. When the 3-era ghost king came and dominated everything, he saw the hope of living. Besides, he could see how Lin Ling and the others died. But who knew that Lin Ling would wake up and come to kill him? 3-era ghost king, save me. Tianlin's pale face screamed out. I'm here. Can you kill me? 1,000 souls slaughtering the city. The 3-era ghost king roared. Lin Ling didn't come to kill him. Instead, he went to kill Tianlin. Tianlin was one of his people. How could he let Lin Ling kill him so easily? Chi! 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 Flames exploded. The souls that pounced on the ancient flame devil were all burned. Ghost lock imprison God. Seeing that his first attack had no effect, the Trailokia's Ghost King unleashed his full power once more. His clothes were torn apart, and his true form was finally revealed. It was a Ghost King whose body was completely black. His body seemed lighter than the wind as he crossed the void and appeared in front of the ancient flame devil. His ghostly claws flashed with cold light as they swept out. Bang! But at the critical moment, a terrifying giant fist came and blocked the three-era Ghost King's ghostly claws. It was the Yaksha King. The Yaksha King and Lin Ling were the same person. The two guardian gods working together were obviously more coordinated. Three-era Ghost King, very impressive. You can dominate the lives of others for thousands of generations. Today I want to see how strong a Ghost King like you is. When the Yaksha King blocked the three-era Ghost King's attack, the ancient flame devil seemed to resonate with him. Its 7 tails were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and its claws slashed out with the soul-sealing imprint. At present, only the soul-sealing imprint could pose a threat to the three-era Ghost King. 10,000 ghosts cry explode. The three-era Ghost King roared anxiously. His body exploded, and he dodged the 7 tails of the ancient flame devil. Countless ghosts burst out from his body, but they were all burned to death by the flaming tails. These ghosts were his soul. Now that they were destroyed, he had wasted several years of his cultivation. However, although his soul was destroyed, it allowed him to dodge Lin Ling's soul-sealing imprint. This result enraged the three-era Ghost King. The soul-sealing imprint was his ultimate skill, but Lin Ling had learned it. Moreover, he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Amazing! The ancient flame devil and the Yaksha King are like the same person. They can unleash the power of the guardian gods. Lin Ling's soul power is very strong. The 6 holy kings couldn't help but shout in joy. The ancient flame devil and the Yaksha King blocked the three-era Ghost King. They were stronger than the other 4 guardian gods. Swoosh! Chapter 1078. To fight or not to fight? Do you think you can still live? A deep voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Skylin to tremble. He stared blankly at the 2 demon gods, no longer having any thoughts of resistance. Lin Ling had hidden his strength too deeply. Only after erupting with his full strength did he discover that Lin Ling could already fight with a top powerhouse from the outer regions. How could he fight? How could he resist? He never imagined that with the arrival of a powerhouse from the outer regions, he would still die. Why? Why did he have to die? Skylin's heart was filled with unwillingness. Facing a powerhouse from the outer regions, Lin Ling still dominated everything. Why was this? You have calculated everything under the heavens, but have you ever calculated that you would die today? The deep voice came again, causing Skylin's eyes to narrow. Yes, he had calculated everything under the heavens and controlled the second dream, but he had never calculated that he would die today. No, he was not wrong in calculating everything under the heavens, but he also would not have calculated that he would die today. The only one he had not calculated was Lin Ling. He had not calculated everything about Lin Ling. Lin Ling had too many secrets that he did not know. He could not calculate everything. The second dream has a master like you. It is truly a mistake in life. But she has woken up from her dream. Everything is over. As a friend, I will let her go in peace. I will let you accompany her. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. No, don't. Skylin fell to his knees, kowtowing and shouting, Third Life Ghost King, save me. He can't save you. I can't defeat him, but he can't defeat us either. So he can only watch as you die. Yaksha King also shouted, causing the distant Third Life Ghost King to grit his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. He could not save Skylin. The ancient flame devil and Yaksha King had joined forces. He could not shake them at all. It was a tie. As for evil god Darknorth, who was rushing over from the distance, his complexion was also ugly. All of this was far too ironic. He had arrogantly arrived here and should have dominated everything. But after arriving here, he discovered that although the 6 sacred domains was a rural area where martial artists were no different from ants, there was still a peak genius here that wasn't any weaker than a foreign realm. Even he was helpless against him. What a disgrace. He was the evil god of the northern underworld, but he was stopped by a nameless young man. Die! The ancient flame devil opened its mouth and spat out a torrent of flames that burned Skyforest. Skyforest looked at Lin Ling with unwillingness in his eyes. Finally, he was reduced to ashes. The mansion master of this generation had finally fallen. In the distance, the crowd was shocked as they watched this scene. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. The Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and before foreign enemies had arrived, internal troubles had come one step ahead. The 7 martial house masters had come to the 7 profound martial house full of confidence, but the result was that all 7 martial house masters had been exterminated. This made the people of the Rainforest Holy Land realize that if the heavens brought disaster upon them, they could still survive, but if they brought it upon themselves, they could not. Good, well done. After a brief moment of silence, the sound of cheers rose and fell. Skylin, that despicable villain, had finally died. Do you still want to fight now? Is it you, the proud Third Life Ghost King? Or the shameless evil god of Northern Darkness? Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, the Yaksha King and the Ancient Flame Devil stared at the 2 powerhouses coldly. The other 4 protectors did the same. At this moment they no longer feared these 2 powerhouses. The 2 powerhouses had ugly complexions. Should they fight? If they fought, they might not necessarily win. The Yaksha King and the Ancient Flame Devil were the most difficult to deal with. But if they did not fight, then they would have come here in vain and lost all face. If we join forces, we still have a chance to exterminate you, the evil god of Northern Darkness coldly said, not willing to be at a disadvantage. That will be difficult. But if you want to try, then I will accompany you. At most we will fight for 3 months. Of course, I cannot guarantee that your noble son will survive. Atop the Ancient Flame Devil, Lin Ling coldly smiled. His words caused the evil god of Northern Darkness's pupils to narrow. He looked at the purple-haired youth. Yes, he did not fear the protectors, but his son was different. He would inevitably be killed by the Ancient Flame Devil and the Yaksha King. You cannot kill me, the purple-haired youth Evil North coldly shouted. He clenched his teeth. He had become a burden? It had to be known that he was a genius. He had come with pride, and now he had become a burden. Soul-sealing seal. Lin Ling coldly shouted, his voice shaking the world. Retreat. The purple-haired young man, Northern Evil, narrowed his eyes and retreated instinctively. The terrifying soul-sealing tablet was still a nightmare in his heart. However, after retreating for a few hundred meters, he realized that Lin Ling had only shouted softly and had not attacked. Lin Ling had not attacked, but he had retreated. He had lost all his face. How could he say that Lin Ling could not kill him? Haha! Countless people in the Rainforest Holy Land laughed. The son of the evil god? He was just a piece of trash. You! Evil North's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. Lin Ling looked indifferent. He did not care about him at all. Now that the 2 protectors were here, he had used all his trump cards. Of course, he was not afraid of a genius like Evil North. So do you want to fight or not? Lin Ling coldly shouted again. The 3 Lives Ghost King and Evil North fell silent. It was ironic. The 2 of them had come here to massacre everyone, but now they did not dare to speak or fight with their lives. Perhaps they did not have Lin Ling's spirit, who would rather die than live in dishonor. The 2 of them were shocked. They would remember Lin Ling's name. After Yaksha King arrived, he had turned the tide and saved the Rainforest Holy Land. I will fight with you. At this time a pair of ancient eyes appeared in the sky. One eye was white and the other was black. Together with the sun, moon, and stars, it was as if they could see through the universe. As Lin Ling looked over, his soul force violently trembled as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The people from the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. He had never forgotten about the people of the Void Star Divine Palace, and he had always been on guard against them. However, he did not expect them to be more terrifying than the 3 Lives Ghost King and Evil North. Void Star Divine Master. The 3 Lives Ghost King and Dark North Demon God's hearts trembled. They had been too slow. It had to be known that during the Heavenly Fall era, the Heartless Sovereign Emperor wanted to destroy the 6 Saint Domains. Therefore, they had rushed over after receiving the news. Their goal was to obtain some benefits. However, although they had arrived early, They had underestimated Lin Ling of the 6 Saint Domains and had failed to obtain any benefits. And now, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace had arrived. Then they would not be able to obtain any benefits. 3 Lives Ghost King Dark North Demon God. You dare to touch my prey? You dare to use my name to start the Heavenly Fall era? In the sky, the mysterious pair of eyes looked at the 2 powerhouses. With just a glance, the 2 of them vomited blood and staggered backwards. This is the true Heavenly Fall era. In the distance, the people of the Rainforest Holy Land were in a daze. Their eyes were blank and even lost. When facing the 3 Lives Ghost King and the other powerhouses, they had united and barely managed to resist. But facing the God King in the sky, a sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Ants should know their own destiny. If the Heavenly Fall era wants you dead, then you will die by the will of the heavens. Who told you to resist and even kill one of us? The ancient eyes were like the majestic might of the heavens, sweeping over all. Pung pung pung. A large number of people's bodies exploded, instantly dying. There were people of the Rainforest Holy Land and also people of the Dark North Demon God's domain. Chapter 1079. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' undiminished arrogance at this moment, everyone panicked. When the strong were angry, the weak were like ants. Their lives were not lives at all. Bang bang bang. Vengeful spirits floated in the sky, and people kept dying. Enough, they are all humans, they all have their own homes. Roar. The 6 Holy King roared at the sky, but the sky only sneered, as if it was complaining that they did not accept the fate of heaven and insisted on resisting. Ants are not humans. It is the same whether they have a home or not. Roar. The eye in the sky was still blooming, and the light of death slaughtered the earth. The 6 Holy King could not block that eye and fell one after another. Lin Ling, Sakura, Lai Qing, Yonggan, Yuman Yun. Leave the Rainforest Sacred Land immediately. The Holy King of Bodhi's Sacred Palace roared. They could not all be killed and someone had to leave alive. The 6 guardian gods were the hope of the 6 sacred regions. All saints' sons kill and destroy the enemy. Roar. With a determined roar, all the saints' sons moved out, charging fearlessly at the emotionless eye in the sky. However, in just a moment a large number of saints' sons died. They were all good people, and even if they died, they would not be killed standing there. They would die on the path of the martial artists. The process of slaughter seemed slow, but in reality, it was only a few breaths of time. This also showed the terrifying strength of the sovereign of heaven and earth. On the ground, the 6 guardian gods looked at the sky, their eyes wet and red. Their people had all died on the path of the charge. The emotionless wheel of heaven and earth finally rolled towards the Rainforest Sacred Land. Retreat! Roar! Sakura's eyes flowed with tears, but he suddenly shouted, "Leave this place!" Roar! Yonggan also gritted his teeth. He hated the master of the sky. That master destroyed their home, but they had to leave, because they were the last light of revenge of the 6 sacred regions. So, the guardian gods all rushed into the distance, leaving the vision of the eye in the sky. Only the ancient flame devil and the Yaksha king did not retreat. They both looked at the sky coldly. At this moment Lin Ling finally knew how weak he was. A strong cultivator could kill everyone with a light attack. He could not do anything to help. The dead saints' sons were those who had fought side by side in the past. They were all very young, and many of them had not even married or had children. But they did not hesitate. In order to protect the guardian god, they used their own bodies to block the light of slaughter in the sky. They were good. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that those merciless eyes were beginning to look at Yu and the others, as if they wanted to slaughter the entire world. Enough! A furious roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment the earth and the sky became silent. The clouds in the sky stopped moving, the wind stopped moving, and time was frozen. The only thing that could still move was his emotionless eyes. At this moment, he was staring at the stubborn young man on the ground in shock. What kind of talent did this young man have? He was actually able to freeze time. No matter who you are, no matter what god you are, there will be a day when I will step into the 9th heaven and tear your head off. On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were red as he stared at the god eyes in the sky. His eyes released a dazzling light as he stared at the ancient eyes in the sky. You dare to kill me? I am a god, you dare to disrespect me? In the sky, a low voice sounded like thunder. Where did this god come from? If a god is not evil, why do you hold the fate of millions of creatures in your hands? Why should I respect such a god? On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were still filled with determination and killing intent. You are a bit different from them. You seem to have a talent that even I cannot see through. Your disrespect to me, I can ignore it. You can live, but you want to kill me? This is the same as seeking your own death. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? The ancient eyes in the sky were still shocked by Lin Ling's ability to freeze time. Seeking my own death, what is there to fear? I have come to this world, I have fought, I have loved deeply, and that is enough. If I can live but I cannot laugh, then what is the use? Even if you can kill me, I will not stop being arrogant. I will kill you. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ancient flame devil and Yaksha king both roared at the sky. Their killing intent was unprecedentedly firm. Even if his opponent was an ancient god king, Lin Ling would still step into the 9 heavens and tear off the god's head. In order to save the guardian god, the holy sons had died in the charge. How could Lin Ling disgrace them? Then today I will kill you. The ancient eyes seemed to understand Lin Ling's determination, and finally gave up on their curiosity about Lin Ling. Those eyes of slaughter silently looked at Lin Ling. At the same time, the ability to freeze time ended. Countless people looked at the proud and aloof youth on the ground in shock. This youth was still as arrogant as ever. Celestial Venerable Void Star, what is the point of bullying the weak? But at this moment, a deep voice resounded in the sky. Blue light blossomed, and the sky seemed to turn into the sea, washing away all the smoke and slaughter. A middle-aged man wearing a sea blue robe slowly walked over. Venerable Sea Calming. The ancient eyes in the sky said in a cold voice. They seemed to recognize this person. What is the point of being a god in front of the weak? You are not a god. The so-called gods are just stronger martial artists. The blue-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. His right hand formed a complicated seal, and after 7 or 8 seals, surging seawater blocked the ground, creating a layer of seawater between the sky and the ground. This was a heaven-defying technique that was extremely formidable. In the Heavenly Fall era, the 6 sacred domains are going to be reshuffled. This is the will of the higher-ups. Do you dare interfere? The ancient eyes said indifferently. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling on the ground, and the ancient eyes in the sky flashed. I don't dare. However, just because the 6 sacred domains are going to be reshuffled doesn't mean that everyone has to die. Moreover, starting today, that brat is a member of my sea-calming heavenly palace. Do you still dare to kill him? If that youth was a member of sea-calming heavenly palace, then it would be troublesome to kill him. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Is it worth it for him? It is. The blue-robed middle-aged man was still looking at the youth on the ground. Do you want to obtain the 72 demon gods? The ancient eyes suddenly asked. Although the 72 demon gods are very strong, there is more than one demon god, so I have no interest in them. Celestial Venerable Su Xing, if you let them go, will the mine in the southeast of Xianpeng province belong to your Void Star Divine Palace? The blue-robed middle-aged man finally looked at the sky. He was not afraid of the killing light of the ancient eyes at all. The ancient eyes in the sky flickered, as if hesitating. For the sake of insignificant ants, you are willing to use that mine to save their lives. Venerable Sea Calming, it is hard to guess what you are thinking. However, I agree to your conditions. Aside from the people of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, everyone here will become slaves. I believe that Venerable Sea Calming won't interfere in this matter. The blue-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and finally nodded. The Heavenly Fall era was not something he could decide. Therefore, he could only protect the people of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. There was nothing he could do about the others. After all, the 6 sacred domains were as vast as the sea. How could he make everyone a member of Sea Calming Heavenly Palace? Rumble. Chapter 1080. Dinghai Tianfu. This world is like this. You either become an ant or a demon. You can only continue to grow stronger and become arrogant. Otherwise you will be slaughtered by others. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling indifferently. His words caused Lin Ling to frown. That's right. Either he would be arrogant for the rest of his life, or he would be reduced to ashes. Heavens, there was no other path for him to take. Come to the sea-calming heavenly abode, and you will have the chance to be arrogant for the rest of your life. The blue-robed middle-aged man waved out a piece of cloth, which landed on Lin Ling's body, and then disappeared into the sky. That piece of cloth was a map. Sea-calming heavenly prefecture, Lin Ling murmured. He didn't know why that mysterious expert would help him, but the most important thing now was that he had to leave the Six Saint regions. Only then would he be able to live a life of unbridled arrogance, no longer having his life controlled by experts. At this moment in the void, the blue-robed middle-aged man strode out and disappeared from the rainforest's sacred ground. In the distance, a beautiful figure stood there quietly. She looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man and smiled. In this world there are so many lives. Why did you save him? Could it be because of the 72 demonic gods in the sky? However, that young man is very powerful. At such a young age, he has already controlled 2 great demon gods. Among them, the ancient flame demon is not weak among the 72 demon gods. If it can become his talent, then he will have an extraordinary talent of the holy physique. No, this kid's talent isn't as simple as it seems. The blue-robed middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. I'll help him for 2 reasons. First, Empyrean Voidstar came. That child didn't show any signs of weakness when facing Empyrean Voidstar. Moreover, he did it for his hometown. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This moved me. In the future, if my sea-calming heavenly palace faces a calamity, and he has the ability to help, he definitely won't hesitate. Secondly, this kid's talent isn't simple. He can freeze time. Although it's only for a short period of time, it reminds me of the ancient top 10 talents, the Eye of the 3 Plates. The greatest characteristic of this talent is the ability to freeze time. According to legend, above the top 10 talents, there's a talent that can see through the river of time. That's even more terrifying. No wonder you helped him. His talent is not weak. If he can grow, he will definitely be able to assist you in the future. The beautiful figure in the air smiled and said. Then the 2 of them walked side by side. The world was heartless. Everyone yearned for the power to dominate everything. Therefore, there were no eternal friends or eternal enemies. Venerable Sea-calming helped Lin Ling because of his own interests. Of course, another reason was that he liked Lin Ling's daring nature. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land had a tranquility after a storm. The Tri-Era Ghost King and the evil god of northern darkness both left. They were furious that they had come here for nothing. They had not obtained a single one of the 6 guardian deities. The Tri-Era Ghost King in particular was even more sullen. Not only had he not obtained what he had yearned for, even the soul-sealing imprint had been learned by Lin Ling. In addition, a portion of his power had also been absorbed. As for the 6 Saint regions, except for a few people, everyone was enslaved. They were to go to a mine in the southeast of Xianpeng province to mine for the rest of their lives. Ling that expert came for you. We don't have to die. Although we're enslaved, at least there's still hope. Ancestor Taiyan and the others walked over. Lin Ling had also returned to his human form. He walked towards the crowd with a solemn expression. In the Heavenly Fall era, he had not been able to turn the tide and save all his friends and family. Ling we don't blame you. We all believe that one day you'll bring us back to our hometown. So we're all waiting for you. Mo Nianchen looked at Lin Ling lovingly. Then she took a step forward and hugged her son. In her heart, Lin Ling had already done well. At least the 6 Saint regions had not been completely reshuffled. I've spoken with the 4 clan leaders. There's a secluded paradise outside the 6 Saint regions. We'll go there. After all, the 6 Saint regions are no longer suitable for living. The Holy King of the Bodhi Palace said calmly. Lin Ling nodded at him with gratitude. But that's only a portion of us. Most of us will still be enslaved. The other Holy King said regretfully. Don't worry. I promise everyone that one day I'll return. Lin Ling looked at the sky and nodded firmly. The next day, the crowd left one after another. Some of them did not need to be enslaved by the Void Star Divine Palace because of Lin Ling. They left the rainforest and went to live in a secluded paradise. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lin Ling's next return. Rainmaster Mo Ping handed an ancient copper pot to Lin Ling and explained the pot's function. After the second dream had died, the pot had absorbed a large amount of souls in the sky. Perhaps the second dream's soul was inside. This unexpected news made Lin Ling happy. He carefully put away the copper pot. Although he and the second dream did not have any kind of love, the second dream had died for him. So as long as there was a chance, Lin Ling would not let it go. If the heavens wanted to destroy the second dream, Lin Ling would definitely defy the heavens. The four patriarchs led everyone away, making the rainforest even more peaceful. Lin Ling, we're leaving too. One day we'll return and save our hometown. Lai Qing and Yonggan also left, heading to Xianpeng province. Only by going to a stronger martial stage could they become stronger. The blood feud of the rainforest was deeply engraved in their hearts. Lin Ling, the sea-calming heavenly palace is not suitable for too many people, so I won't be accompanying you. Remember, come find me when you're in Xianpeng province. Sakura also looked at Lin Ling and handed a jade tablet to Lin Ling. It recorded Sakura's whereabouts. It turned out that Sakura had gone to Xianpeng province when he went out to train. He only found out about the rainforest's heavenly fall era by accident. As for his guardian, it was originally hidden in his bloodline. Okay. Lin Ling nodded heavily. Everyone was going to Xianpeng province, so they would meet there. Then, everyone left, leaving Yu and the others looking at Lin Ling. In fact, they wanted to go with Lin Ling, but the sea-calming heavenly palace was not suitable for too many people, so they had to separate from Lin Ling. Moreover, the previous heavenly fall era made these girls realize that they were too weak and could not help at all. Therefore, they also wanted to walk their own path of martial arts and become stronger. Mengyun, come with me. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others with some reluctance, then smiled slightly. Yu Manyun was the only one among the girls who had a guardian, but it was extremely unstable. Once it reached the demon transformation stage, there would be some kind of side effect. Therefore, Lin Ling asked Yu Manyun to go with him. Then Lin Ling saw the reluctant gazes of the girls. He smiled and said, "It's not like we won't meet again. It's just a short separation. Moreover, it won't be long before you hear my name in Xianpeng province." Okay. Yu and the others had tears in their eyes, but they all nodded heavily. Chapter 1081. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studio, Schwamping Province. 3 days later, Yu and the others left. Lin Ling wasn't too worried about them because the combined strength of those beautiful girls was extremely terrifying. Even if they couldn't face a strong enemy, at least it wouldn't be a problem for them to retreat unscathed. At night, two figures stood quietly on a mountain peak. Behind them was an enormous red-furred ape. Both of them looked at the mountains and rivers in the world, and their eyes revealed a trace of determination. The pride of a generation. Finally, a handsome young man said. At this moment, he seemed to have overcome his inner demons and obsession. It was the key to breaking through to the Holy Spirit realm. Mengyun, let's go and see how proud the experts of Xianping province are. Pa! Clenching his fist, Lin Ling's lips curled into a proud smile. He was going to stir up a storm of blood in Xianpeng province. Swoosh! The three figures jumped down from the mountain peak and headed into the distance. On the ground, a ghostly eye looked at the three of them. Then a head with shiny teeth smiled and sank into the ground. He was the other Lin Ling, Yuxia King. Yuxia King hadn't left the rainforest's sacred land. Instead, he was hiding under the ground. At the same time, he was absorbing the essence of the earth and becoming stronger. In the distance, Ancestor Tai Yan, the four clan leaders, Mo Nianchen and the rest were looking at a certain direction in the sky. In the end, they smiled. Everyone in the rainforest's sacred land had become slaves. A large number of saints had died. Only they were lucky enough to survive. This blood feud was deeply engraved in their hearts. However, they knew that it wouldn't be long before the pride of the rainforest sacred land made a comeback. Go spread your wings and soar. We'll wait for you in your hometown. Everyone shouted. Then the long line slowly moved into the distance. It didn't feel good to leave their hometown, but they could endure it. The 6 saint regions were vast and boundless. Unless one was a top expert of the Holy Spirit realm, ordinary people wouldn't be able to leave this place in their lifetime. This was because the borders of the 6 saint regions were barren and filled with demonic beasts. Sky-severing sword. At this moment in the vast green mountains, the young man and the young woman were walking side by side. Wherever the sword light passed, huge demonic beasts would fall. Behind them, the red-haired monkey let out cheerful cries. It found the demonic pills on the demonic beasts and swallowed them, making itself stronger. Xianpeng Province is a truly large region in the world. There are countless sacred realms, and the 6 sacred realms are just a small part of it. The young man looked at the map in his hand and sighed at the vastness of the world. I wonder how the experts over there are. We are about to leave the 6 sacred regions. Yu Mingyun's heart leaped with joy. To be able to go to a more powerful world was something that was extremely exciting for any martial artist. No matter how strong he is, I will still cut him down with my sword. The young man smiled gently. He took a step forward and shot forward like an agile leopard, causing Yu Mingyun to smile. It seemed that Lin Ling had become even crazier after the incident in the rainforest. Perhaps, he had found the obsession and inner demon in his heart. Rather than being dominated by others, it was better to be arrogant for the rest of his life. Lin Ling, have you found the soul of the second dream? After smiling, Yu Mingyun caught up with Lin Ling and asked. Not yet. That copper pot has absorbed too many souls. It's difficult to find which one is the soul of the second dream. Therefore, I hope to find someone capable in Xianpeng Province to help me find the soul of the second dream among the thousands of souls. Lin Ling stopped and replied with a smile. This was also one of his goals for this trip to Xianpeng Province. The second dream was a pitiful young girl. She thought that she had woken up from her dream and had entered the reincarnation cycle again. However, this time Lin Ling would save her and end her fate of being a lonely soul for 100 lifetimes. She still hadn't woken up from her dream. One day later, Lin Ling finally stepped out of the 6 sacred realms. The spiritual energy in front of him was surging toward him. The spiritual energy was even denser. The sky was blue, and the white clouds were floating. It gave people a feeling of being in a fairyland. No wonder the foreign masters are so strong. How can one's cultivation speed be slow in such a spiritual land? Lin Ling's eyes exuded a strong fighting spirit. He wanted to become stronger, and now that he was in a stronger place, he had the opportunity to grow. Spiritual yuan is one of the indispensable powers of the transcendent realm. Lin Ling pondered as he led Yu Mingyun forward again. When he was fighting the 3-era Ghost King, his ancient flame demon Seven Tails slashed out and destroyed a large number of the 3-era Ghost King's soul. In the process, the ancient flame demon had also absorbed an indescribable power. At this moment, this power was hidden in Lin Ling's body and was circulating around the sacred platform. Previously, when the ancient flame demon killed Tian Lin, the ancient flame demon could absorb the energy in Tian Lin's body. This seemed to be one of the ancient flame demon's divine abilities. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that the ancient flame demon's attack had the ability to absorb the opponent's energy. Although it was only a trace of that energy, it gave Lin Ling a terrifying feeling of pressure. He didn't know if that thread-like energy was the legendary spiritual yuan. Stretching out his right hand, the thread-like spiritual yuan appeared in his dantian and emitted a dazzling light. The suppressive power was extremely terrifying. Currently, my fire profound has reached the 5th level, and my life and death profound has reached the 4th level. Coupled with this thin spiritual yuan, there should be few opponents in the Saint Spirit realm who can match me. With a touch of confidence, the two crossed the ancient mountain range. This place was like a paradise but also like a wild world. The monster beasts here were even more terrifying, and of course it also seemed to be more chaotic. Stop! Are you people from the 100 Gates Palace? Just as they arrived at a canyon, several figures appeared in front of them. These people were extremely powerful, all of them at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, their purpose for coming here was very clear. They were here to kill and rob. The Great Xianpeng region is all-encompassing. There are more than a dozen places similar to the 6 saint realms, and many 7-star and 6-star saint realms. However, The law of the universe that the strong are respected still remains unchanged. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at the people in front of him indifferently. Strength was indeed an indispensable factor in traveling the world. Fortunately, there weren't any transcendents among them. Of course, being able to casually encounter a peak Saint Spirit Realm Master just by walking around showed how terrifying Xianpeng Province was. Sorry, I'm not from the 100 Gates Palace. Do you need something? A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Yu Yun also smiled. The other party seemed to want to kill and rob, but their strength was a little weak. Good. You can die now. A one-eyed man on the other side sneered. He didn't say much and directly attacked. They seemed to be used to robbing, so they knew that only the dead would speak. Late stage Saint Spirit Realm. Take my fist, Great World Wind Fist. His body leapt out in midair, his right hand behind his back. Then, he waved it in a circular trajectory. A terrifying thing happened. A dragon-like wind appeared, stirring up the world. This was the Martial Profound. The world behind him had already turned into a world of wind. As for the others, they all sneered. Second-level Martial Profound. Chapter 1082. Arrive at Dinghai Tianfu. Are you scared now? Unfortunately, it's too late. The others thought that Lin Ling was scared. I'm not afraid, I'm just surprised. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, which made the people in the distance laugh disdainfully. This young man was only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, and he didn't seem to be a member of the Heavens Mansion. How dare he be so arrogant? Aren't you shocked because you're scared? Don't tell me you're from the countryside and this is your first time seeing the profound meaning of martial arts. One of them mocked. I'm not surprised because I'm afraid. As for the fact that he's from the countryside, that's true. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand, and he looked extremely calm, causing the people in the distance to feel quite surprised. Lin Ling was from a rural area, but he did not seem to fear them at all. What was that young man doing? However, I also have the profoundness of martial arts. Sky-severing sword. Without any superfluous words, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The wind broke and the man died. Fast, incomparably fast. The eyes of the people in the distance widened. A battle between a late Holy Spirit Realm expert and a peak Holy Spirit Realm expert. This battle had ended too quickly. Although this person came from the countryside, it is very likely that he is a genius. That is a fourth-level martial profoundness. Moreover, it is a very mysterious martial profoundness. Those people were alarmed. They knew that in Xianpeng Province, there were some geniuses who could not be measured by common sense. Run. They could be considered experienced. They knew that they were no match for him, so they immediately retreated. Fire burn. However, at this moment, a deep voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Billowing flames turned into fiery fists that swept forward. Moreover, this time, Lin Ling was trying to use the strength of his spiritual source. Boom! The taboo fire of heaven and earth erupted in the mountain range. The flames soared into the sky, as if an ancient volcano was erupting. How could those people withstand it? They were instantly turned into ashes. The facts told them that although Lin Ling came from the countryside of the 6 sacred domains, as a genius of the 6 sacred domains, he was not someone that anyone could bully. Let's go. Lin Ling's cold expression disappeared and was replaced by a sunny smile. It was as if the person he had just killed was not a human, but an ant. The sea-calming heavenly prefecture is in the east. Yu Yun was also used to it. After the heavenly meteor era, they had seen too much and knew that it was better to be arrogant than to be dominated by others. Xianpeng Province was vast and boundless. If it weren't for the map, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to find Calm Sea Heavenly Palace. Along the way, Lin Ling and Yu Yun also met other masters. There were as many transcendents here as there were hairs on an ox, and they were all true transcendents, not fake mortals. Sky Hill City was where Dinghai Sky Prefecture was located. From afar it looked like a giant city made of steel. It was much larger than any city Lin Ling had ever seen. Compared to it, the main city of the Rainforest Holy Land was not even worth mentioning. When they got closer, They discovered that the city was on top of an ancient mountain range. The mountain range was surrounded by cliffs, and in the depths of the cliffs, unknown flames were constantly spewing out. Only a chain connected Sky Hill City. From time to time, powerful cultivators would step on the chain and rush into the city like locusts. It seems that divine martial Sky Hill City can't be entered without reaching the Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. The cliffs and flames were the difference between ordinary cultivators and masters. Without strength, one couldn't enter the city. Zhang Tai, how's the operation going north to kill monsters? The monster race is too arrogant. I only killed a few transcendents, but in the end, a monster king great senior who surpassed the transcendents appeared. We were forced to retreat. When Lin Ling arrived at the chain at the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cultivators were also entering the city. They were discussing animatedly, which made Lin Ling gasp. Transcendents? Monster beasts? How powerful are they? The Sea-Calming Heavenly Mansion has issued an order to go to Eastern Lai to kill the demon sect. Youths below the peak of the Saint Spirit realm are not allowed to participate. Even those over 25 years old are not allowed to participate. Many of the younger generation rushed down the chain. They seemed to be going to complete a mission. These people were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, and some of them were even half a step into the transcendence. Their mental state had already been sublimated, and they were only a step away from refining their spirit chi. Amazing! Lin Ling sighed again. They were all geniuses, but the geniuses of the 6 sacred regions couldn't compare. After all, he was the king of holy sons, but he was only at the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. I wonder how Yu Big Brother and the others are doing. Lin Ling looked into the distance. The geniuses he met in Sky Hill City were all very powerful, and Yu and the others should be the same. However, the more powerful the geniuses, the more Lin Ling's fighting spirit boiled. Sooner or later, he would surpass them. Meng Yun entered the city. Putting away Little Flame, Lin Ling stepped on the chain with Yuman Yun and shot into Sky Hill City. When they passed by the chain, Lin Ling discovered that the flames under the cliff were extremely terrifying. Even he felt the heat. In Sky Hill City, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. The streets were even wider, enough for hundreds of horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the city exuded an indescribable aura that made people feel like they were worshipping it. They mentioned a military order before. Could it be that the Sea-Calming Heavenly Mansion is in existence similar to the General's Mansion? Lin Ling looked at the map and said as he walked, Lin Ling, why do you think that powerhouse helped us? Yuman Yun asked curiously. Lin Ling found it hard to guess. After all, to a powerhouse their lives were like ants, dispensable. It was impossible for the other party to help them out of sympathy. Of course, there was no lack of people like Lin Ling. If he saw something that resonated with him, he would also help. Powerhouses had this kind of freedom and pride. If they wanted to help, they would do it. There was no need to ask for a reason. The Sea-Calming Heavenly Palace seems to be in the city. While thinking, Lin Ling looked at the map. He was secretly surprised. It seemed that the Sea-Calming Heavenly Palace's reputation in Sky Hill City wasn't low. Being able to build it in the city explained everything. And as they got closer, a majestic mansion appeared in the distance. The mansion was filled with majesty, and indeed, it was more like the mansion of a general. A large number of young elites entered the mansion in an endless stream. The majority of these young elites were clad in armor, as though they were generals heading out to war. There were no guards in the mansion, allowing Lin Ling and Yuman Yun to easily enter. After stepping through the gate, a vast square appeared before their eyes. The young generation gathered in groups of 3 to 5. The weakest was at the late stage Saint Spirit realm, and there weren't many of them. The stronger ones were transcendents. So many powerhouses. No wonder the owner of the Divine Eye gave face to the Sea-Calming Heavenly Palace. It turns out that there are so many powerhouses here. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Chun Quan, accept my challenge. At this moment, a cold shout rang out in the square, causing many people to look over with expectant gazes. A young man in black armor stood majestically in the square. He held a halberd in his hand and coldly looked at a young man in white robes under a maple tree in the distance. They seemed to have a conflict, so they used force to resolve it. Most importantly, The sea-calming heavenly palace didn't seem to oppose this kind of battle. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be used to it. Wu Ping, you are not my opponent. The young man in white robes leaned against the maple tree as if he was savoring the beauty of the maple tree. Chapter 1083. Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain. How many times do you want to lose before you give up? If it wasn't for the fact that killing is forbidden in sea-calming heavenly palace, you would have died countless times already. The white-robed young man finally walked out slowly. Even half-step transcendents have differences in strength. Just because you have a strong mental state doesn't mean you have refined your spirit chi. Without spirit chi, you're just a false mortal realm cultivator. Cut the crap. Cut the crap. Take my halberd. Cut. The black-armored young man's face turned ugly. The other party said that if it wasn't for the fact that killing was forbidden in sea-calming heavenly palace, he would have died countless times already. This meant that he had already lost to the white-robed young man many times. Ice Mirage Ice Spear. Cut. The long halberd in the black-armored young man's hand seemed to stir up the seasons, causing frost to fill the square in June. This was not an illusion, nor was it the effect of world energy, but a real winter. This meant that his martial profundity had reached the point of perfection, allowing him to create a world of ice with just a wave of his hand. So cold. Cut. Many people's eyes narrowed. Wu Ping was indeed a half-step transcendent genius. Cut. Cut. Facing the black-armored young man's halberd, the white-robed young man's face remained calm. He gently pushed out his palms and finally slammed them into the ground. Hung long long. The ground shook and a large number of ancient trees were uprooted, making the black-armored young man look as if he was walking through an ancient forest. Great profound ice mountain. Cut. The black-armored young man struggled to move forward, as if he had been humiliated. His halberd swept out fiercely, freezing the ancient trees and turning them into ice sculptures. Mountain. Cut. The white-robed young man seemed to be toying with his opponent. He rushed forward and used his finger as a sword, blocking the halberd with a clang, while his right hand slammed out heavily. Hong! The sky exploded as an ancient mountain fell, suppressing the black-armored young man below. Your strength, attack, and defense are all very strong, but unfortunately they have no effect on me. Cut! The white-robed young man turned around and left indifferently, as if he thought he had already won. Bastard Dai Chun Quan. Cut. At the same time, the ancient mountain exploded and a figure rushed out, slashing his halberd like the sun and moon towards the white-robed young man. You won't stop. The young man in the white robe finally lost his patience. Under the gazes of countless people, his body disappeared. A terrifying flame palm shot towards the young man in the black robe, causing the young man in the black robe's expression to change drastically. He almost dropped the ice halberd in his hand. Only then did he realize that the flame palm belonged to the young man in the white robe. Wu Shi, wind and fire of mountain forest. At the same time, everyone heard a low shout. Then the white-robed young man attacked. His speed was very fast, like the wind, like a mountain, like a forest. His fists and palms kept coming, making the black-armored young man unable to defend at all. He was beaten until he kept vomiting blood. Formless style is said to have a total of 108 styles. Chun Quan's strongest skill. Even if a first-order transcendent realm master were to be struck by it, they would still be severely injured. Many people's faces turned grave. Amazing. Lin Ling also sucked in a breath of cold air. The white-robed youth's moves were somewhat similar to his overlord sword art. They both used continuous moves to crush the opponent. Shua shua. Wind, mountain, forest, fire. These four attacks bombarded the black-armored young man, making him unable to fight back. However, this was not the end. The white-robed young man was already standing in front of the black-armored young man, looking up at the moon as if he was resting, but also as if he was preparing for something. Wind. Finally, a soft voice floated out from his mouth and a huge wind character appeared in the square. Forest. Fire. Mountain. Then 3 other characters appeared, shocking the world. Wind, forest, fire, mountain appeared. Hong. As if it was the strongest attack, when the wind, forest, fire, mountain appeared, The black-armored young man seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body flew out and smashed into the ground, coughing up blood. The attack of a half-step transcendent was terrifying. The square was silent. Amazing for martial mysteries. In the crowd, Lin Ling was shocked. There were so many geniuses here. Chen Quan, good job. I'll definitely defeat you next time. On the ground, the black-armored young man was seriously injured, but after swallowing a pill, he quickly recovered. That guy even took a precious 9 revolutions life-extending pill. Many people were not surprised by the black-armored young man's recovery speed, but they were surprised that the other party had used such a precious pill in a simple exchange of pointers. However, after thinking about it for a moment, everyone understood. The guy named Wu Ping did not want to lose face, so he wanted to leave here with his full strength. After all, being beaten like a stray dog, unable to even stand up, was simply a disgrace. Of course, although he had recovered, he probably did not dare to fight again. Scram! Scram! After recovering his strength, Wu Ping strode forward and many people stepped aside. Although Wu Ping had lost face in the end, he was still a half-step transcendent. His talent seems to be an emperor body, the same as my Tai True body, but his cultivation realm is very high, reaching the half-step transcendent realm. His state of mind has undergone a transformation, but he has yet to condense his own spirit qi. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Yu Mengyun, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. She couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength, so after listening to Lin Ling's explanation, she was a little more familiar with him. She was shocked. A random genius from another region had strength comparable to the 4 clan leaders. This was too abnormal. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was more familiar with the world of martial arts. Above the emperor body was the saint body. As long as they were in the same realm, the Holy Land would inevitably suppress those with emperor bodies, unless the gap in their martial mysteries was too great. As for cultivation realm, it was still the foundation. The higher the realm, the stronger the strength. If I don't use my spirit qi, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent at all. Lin Ling felt a little pressured. If the ancient flame demon had not absorbed a strand of the Trailokyama Ghost King's spiritual yuan for him, he would have had to use the ancient flame demon as his trump card if he encountered any opponents in the Black Pung region. His realm was too low. This was a flaw. He had to quickly improve it. Where did this monkey come from? Are you making fun of me? Just as Lin Ling was thinking, a cold voice came from in front of him, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. A monkey! He involuntarily turned his head and saw Little Flame sitting on his shoulder eating a pear as if he was watching a good show. Although Little Flame had a satisfied expression on his face, this was very normal. After all, the other people had also been watching the battle between the geniuses. This monkey, if you want to die, kneel down and admit your mistake, then get out of here. Wu Ping said coldly. He had just lost face and was in a bad mood. When the monkey saw him, not only was he not surprised, but he was also eating an apple. His innocent eyes made Wu Ping boil with anger. I don't think we're in the middle of the road, and it's eating its own fruit. It's not shouting at you. Don't tell me we don't even have the right to watch you fight in the square? Lin Ling thought it was funny. I don't care. Anyway, the monkey must die. You can't leave here if you don't kneel down. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.